I'm live now. Usually like an hour or so after. Twitch gets the starting soon screen. Do you know that Bruce Wayne is a broke gym bro? In the ultimate, an absolute Batman, a fresh take. Yeah, this is a good example of like a different canon. Like Batman being broke and Jim Bro is like a different canon than like the main DC universe comic books. YouTube chat, there's exclusive Twitch only content on Twitch. There's only exclusive content on Twitch. Anyway, I'm getting so far sidetracked from the absolute main discussion. I don't know if it's still going on, but Bruce Wayne lost his billions. Rip. How do you lose billions of dollars? That's just sounds like a skill issue. Keep talking about Dragon Ball. Comes are always fun and confusing. Yeah. Playing to catch up on Diamond. Latest episode was peak. We literally just talked about it. I am caught up. He was stolen by his uncle. Wait, he has an uncle? That's news to me. Have you heard of Absolute Batman? I feel like chat is trolling me. And they're literally just talking about things that I literally just bring up on stream just to make me relitigate it. But it was literally up on screen not 10 seconds ago. 10 seconds ago. My friend Shaw's dead. That's cool. Batman Canon is insane. That's what Batman's cool. Have you read it? I have not read it. I am not caught up in reading any comic books, chat. I don't have the time. Also, maybe when it's finished. I really want to shut down the developer of the Wonder Woman game. I did. Wonder Woman is never getting a game, chat. I'm sorry if you are a Wonder Woman fan. I could have told you this years ago. Wonder Woman's not getting a game. Like it is crazy because like Wonder Woman gets at least a little bit of respect in comic books. Like her comics aren't bad. She gets a little bit of respect in the comic books, to the point of like during one of the crises, like she was like one of the main characters. She was the titular main character, right? What DC oftentimes does is during like their crises, they'll have like one of the main not trilogy, Trinity, right? Batman, Superman, or Wonder Woman take point in solving the crisis. Sometimes it's Batman, sometimes it's Superman, sometimes it's Wonder Woman, right? And Wonder Woman gets respect. I think it was the latest crisis actually for Final Crisis. Dark Knight's Metal. It might have been Dark Knight's Metal actually. Was Final Crisis Superman? I think Final Crisis was Superman. Wonder Woman had Dark Knight's Metal. That story arc was very crazy. It was insane. It was wild. Because it went totally off the rails, right? When you were like, Batman who laughs, you know, bad Batman, I was with you, right? And then you're like, Perpetua, and I was like, who is that? I have no idea who that is. Where did she come from? What is she doing? And then Wonder Woman got like a huge power up, and I'm like, oh Lord, geez Louise. Oh, also spoiler for Dark Knight Metal. Get Wolverine's games coming soon-ish if it's not canceled. I think Injustice game series was the only game where she got a spotlight with others. Even in Injustice did Wonder Woman dirty. Like Injustice did Wonder Woman dirty. If you've read the Injustice storyline, she was just a dick writer. In every Injustice media, the Injustice comic books and the Injustice games and in the Injustice movies, she's a dick writer. She's a Superman dick writer. And Superman hates her. Maybe not hates her, but like Superman only is like entertaining her as like sloppy seconds type beat. You feel me? Like it's just because he's sad about Lois Lane that he's like, okay, well Wonder Woman's here, I guess. And she's just dick riding. She spends her entire time dick riding. Yeah, she's the rebound girl. Exactly. She's the rebound girl. Not only that, but she heavily encourages his worst impulses, pushing him always farther. Yeah. And how bad she was portrayed as kind of the perception and other depictions for a few years after. Yeah, it was rough. You say because you're right. It was rough. It was, man. If you are a Wonder Woman fan, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Maybe Absolute Wonder Woman's going good, going well. I don't know. I don't read Wonder Woman comics like that. Maybe I should. And I will say, when I was at a bookstore within a discount comic book section, right, the most comic books I've seen, right, for a title character were for Wonder Woman. There were no Batman comic books. There was like one Superman comic book, and there was dozens and dozens of Wonder Woman comic books in this discount comic book like rack. And to be fair, I'm part of the problem. I also didn't buy them. So I bought the Power Rangers ones. So maybe I'm part of the problem. New 52 DC was better. What was after New 52? What was like the post New 52 one? Was it Infinite Frontier? I knew Infinite Frontier was one of the iterations of DC. Rebirth. I didn't like Rebirth. I was not a fan of Rebirth. I liked Flashpoint, did not write like Rebirth. It just wasn't appealing to me for the way that they handled the characters. Those Flashpoint and then Rebirth. Yeah, and I enjoyed the Flashpoint storyline. I did not like what followed it. I did not like DC Rebirth. I wasn't a fan. A lot of people felt that way. Have you heard of Nubia Wonder Woman? I have not. Also, no, I was not live for 12 hours. Does it say I was live for 12 hours? That's pretty funny. I feel like Marvel handles crisis arcs better than DC. I think old DC crises were fun, right? But like, I think I just like Marvel's characters more. You know what I mean? As like DC crises are too messy. Yeah, like exactly what I was talking about with like Dark Knight's Metal turning into Death Metal, bringing in Perpetua, and then Wonder Woman getting a huge power spike. And then like fighting Perpetua as like giant construct monsters. And like Lex Luthor being around, I guess. Like I'm like, why is Lex Luthor here? You feel me? What is he doing? And maybe it's just because I don't read enough DC comic books. And so I'm like a casual DC comic books enjoyer. And so when I see something and I'm like, I don't feel like, okay, now I'm gonna go read what Lex Luthor was doing before this to figure out how he's here now. You know what I mean? I just don't care enough. I'm just like, why is he here? It's got the craziest boost. It didn't make any sense to me, but like I'm just like, okay, cool, all right. And like I don't feel the pull to just go and figure out what Lex Luthor was doing. Why was he a good guy to begin with? And why is he now a bad guy again? I'll just be like, okay, whatever, sure. You feel me? Sure. But for Marvel, I at least care about the characters. And I will at least be interested in be like, okay, why is Spider-Man doing what Spider-Man's doing here? You know? And I'll like go read about what Spider-Man was doing. I just don't feel that for DC. That's just me though. I am a fan of the most, at least the first 3 Absolute Superman comic books. I am a fan of them. And I can't wait for the story to be finished so I can actually finish reading it. Because I hate reading comic books weekly or monthly or when they're serialized. Growing up, I didn't like the MCU or DC comics. I read Sonic Comics Weekly for years, like so I could follow the stories. Monthly, yeah, monthly. DC is about God trying to be humans, where Marvel is about humans trying to be gods. I hear that a bunch. what they're doing with Spider-Man in the main continuity is shameful. I mean, that's always the case. You feel me? That's always the case. Like, Spider-Man gets like the short end of the stick all the time. I think a lot of people are kind of over exaggerating how bad Spider-Man gets it, though, to be fair. I think like go to any comment section on any comic book, like, you know, freaking YouTube short or any comic book video at all, and people be like, oh wow, Spider-Man can't be happy or whatever, like, or TikTok comment section or on Twitter, like, oh, Spider-Man can't be happy, Spider-Man can't be, like, comic book is all about strife, you know what I mean? Like, every character has their own issues, right? Every character has their own issues. Every character goes through turmoil. That's what comic book stories are, right? And so a lot of people think that Spider-Man should just unilaterally never experience any strife and should always be happy. And that's just not the case, right? That's not the case. Comic books are about people experiencing unhappiness and having a fulfilling story arc at the end. The second Spider-Man has a slightly difficult time, the fan base freaks out. Yeah. That's what fanfic for. Write your own Spider-Man fanfic. Go have fun with that. Right? But to be fair, in the main continuity, Spider-Man does have a lot of stories that are just like, geez Louise, I'm sorry, Peter, dog. I apologize for what they're doing to you. Because it do be rough. So I'm not saying that Spider-Man does not have it rough sometimes, or a lot of the times, but like, you know, that's what stories are about. I mean, that is true though. All the heroes struggle, but Spider-Man's struggle is more of a core part of his character. It's a fair point that he can't get a break. Yeah, but I don't feel like it's like, why complain about it? You know what I mean? Like, we know that Spider-Man's whole motif since the inception of his character is with great power comes great responsibility, right? And with that motif comes strife. He needs his responsibility tested in order to see Spider-Man like come out on top. That's the entire point of his character, right? And so if you want Spider-Man to never be tested, you don't like Spider-Man as a character.
The Black says she's my African.
And go read someone else.
__hell just subscribed.
Like, I think Spider-Man, without strife being a core integral part of his character, is more like Superman, right? Superman is about being faced with the choice and not being faced with that much strife, but having to make the choice to suffer on the behalf of others. You know what I mean? That's kind of the Superman story. Spider-Man is like the pure human story. Superman got problems too, to be honest. He does, right? He does. But the point about Superman's character is that Superman having all this power, not having to face a lot of strife, still choosing to be human with that. They're two sides of the same coin, which is why they're the titular characters of both properties. Spider-Man is about somebody like the best of humanity itself, right? It's like somebody who experienced the strife of humanity and still chooses to do good, right? Superman is also about the best in humanity, right? But it's from a different perspective. It's somebody who makes the conscious choice to still be human when given all this extra power, right? They're the same concepts, but just done differently to the same effect. It's about the core of what it means to be human, right? And that there's good in people, and it's a choice that we all have to be willing to make. Whether you are faced with strife and you are being constantly tested with trials after trials after trials, or whether you're not faced with strife and you have all this power, right? You still have to make the choice to become or to be human, to attach to humanity, if that makes sense. Who says the responsibility line in the recent Spider-Man movies these days? Aunt May, before she dies. Spoiler alert for No Way Home. What's so appealing to me about anime? The heroes have a hard time, need help, train to get better, and sometimes lose. It's different from the automatic hero W that I was used to. I think I really hated the MCU Spider-Man because of how much it handled Peter. When it's not how Spider-Man is supposed to function as a character. It's one of the people who uses his wits and smarts to do good. I think the problem mainly is that they're using Spider-Man as a character in somebody else's story as opposed to its own character in the MCU, right? And I enjoy the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, but even if you watch either Homecoming or Far From Home or No Way Home, it still kind of feels like a Iron Man movie, but like this is what Spider-Man's doing, like when Iron Man's actually doing the important stuff. You know what I mean? But it does feel like a side quest movie. Like, and like, you know, Iron Man will just show up sometimes, give some words of advice, and like you're like, okay, there goes Iron Man, go to do important stuff. Bye bye, Iron Man. And and then like Spider-Man is just like around. Especially in the second film. Especially in the second film. And it's I'm like, I wish we could have gotten more. And I think Spider-Man 4 will be more of that. You know? I think it will be more of that. I think it'll be more because Iron Man's dead. And nobody knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man anymore. So I hope that it's gonna be that. So to be honest, what I like about them is Superman was originally and ultimately a power fantasy for people who were marginalized. Original Superman concept. Original Superman was anti-capitalist, fought landlords, tore down corrupt businesses, and then when they made money off it, it became the ideals on power fantasy were co-opted. You think they'll introduce Miles? I don't think they should, personally. That's my take. I don't think I don't think that they've done the groundwork to set up Spider-Man in the MCU to bring in a sidekick. You feel me? They already set up Miles in Homecoming. I don't think they should. They haven't done the work. They have not. They have not effectively. They have not done the work to make Spider-Man as a compelling enough character on his own in order to have him carry somebody else with him as his plus one, as his sidekick. And they're going to do the same thing to Miles when he's introduced. Is it because you want Spider-Man to stay white? Yeah. I think we see Miles as Spider-Man in 6, maybe. I don't think we're going that far, honestly. Return movies in the Big Miles series on Disney Plus. Stop. Stop. You guys are making me mad. Stop it. Does he need to be a sidekick? Just make a standalone movie? No, I think it's integral to Miles' character that he's mentored by a Peter Parker, right? Even in the comic books, in the original Ultimate Universe, he was a standalone character, but like the point is to pass the torch. It's important, right? He needs the torch passing for it to be impactful, right? Take like even when the Flash when Barry Allen, spoiler alert for like a 30-year-old comic book, when Barry Allen dies in Crisis on Infinite Earth and like Wally West takes over, there was a torch passing, right? There was a torch passing. There was a, okay, will I live up to Barry Allen? And that was an integral part of Wally West's initial character, right? Am I as good of a Flash as Barry Allen is, right? And the point is that Wally West was faster than Barry. He was faster than Barry. He was a stronger Flash than Barry was, but he was always hampering himself because he was trying to compare himself to Barry, right? And that's something that he needs to grow past as a character. And I think that's important to do. You can't do Wally West without Barry Allen, at least not relatively well, and do his character justice. Both Barry Allen and Wally are currently both Flashes. Currently, yeah, they brought back Barry, and the Flash family is pretty robust. But again, the problem and the issue with that is, and I do think that's important, but the issue with that is that when you never let the legacy or the I don't know what to call it, the descendant character, like we never let the second character, the sidekick character, grow past into their own identity. You're always going to get situations like Heroes in Crisis, which I have the comic book for somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, you're always going to get a Heroes in Crisis-esque story where you do like a character assassination of a popular character if you always force a character to be like the second fiddle to the titular legacy character. So oftentimes when Barry Allen came back, they were straddling the line between like, oh, you know, Barry Allen's back and Wally West is the Flash, and now Flash. You feel me? And like now you're just redoing the struggles that Wally West already got over when Barry Allen was gone, just for like extra character drama. And it's not my cup of tea. It's not my favorite. How do you feel about the new Daredevil show? I haven't seen much of it. Doesn't it come out in March? Wait, it is March. Doesn't it come out in like 4 days? Nightwing and Red Hood are better characters than their Robins. Yeah. Is it out? No, I think it comes out on the 5th. Marvel's trying that now with Danny Rand passing the Iron Fist title to Lin Lee. Was it Nightwing Batman for a bit? Genuinely, I don't know. Genuinely, Chad is saying yes, right? But like, it's so hard to tell because like, what is canon in the Black Man? I don't know. We literally got to this discussion by talking about canon, but I have no idea what is still canon in the Batman mythos. This is when Damian became Robin. Or as far as canon, I don't know. I mean, if you're talking about like, you know, like not in canon, technically Damian Wayne became Batman as well during Deceased. So like, you know, we could always bring up a specific issue or a specific story arc where his canon is not that important. I think it's kind of important if it like for a specific story, you know, Nightwing becomes Batman and we want to see that evolution of that character, and then they immediately walk it back because it's not canon. You feel me? But that's why it's important. Because it kind of diminishes the character if like, oh, no, don't worry, guys. You guys love Nightwing. You want to see Nightwing to become Batman? Well, no, he was Batman for a little bit. Now he's not Batman anymore. He's back to being Nightwing. Because that story didn't really matter. You feel me? Oh, yeah, I've seen Young Justice. It's important for the publishers, not for the readers. And that's fair. Especially since Canon have different artists, which makes things even more confusing. Is like the decision to start the DCU with the Bat family already pretty much established? Yes. I don't know if that's what they're doing, but I do like that. Right? Because a big problem, and DC has not demonstrated that they are able to actively create a story that is from the ground up. I mean, the Batman was pretty good. Right? It's probably the best DC has done. But they kind of fumble the bag when they're trying to like do what the MCU did in 2012, right? So my take is just skip all that. Skip it. Who cares? If you want to come back to it and give an origin story, you can do that later. Comic books do it all the time. Skip all that boring. This is Batman. This is all the stuff Batman did, and then this is how he met his first Robin, and this is how he met his second Robin, and this Robin died, and he came back as Red Hood, and this is how he met his third Robin that nobody really cares about, and this is how he met his fourth Robin that also nobody really cares about, and this is how he met his fifth Robin, and that's his son because he was sexually assaulted by his arch nemesis' daughter. Like you don't have to do all that. Just skip all that. Establish the Bat family. And then if you want to go back and show those stories later, you can, because now people care about those characters. They're starting with Damian as Robin, so I'm guessing Nightwing and Red Hood are already out. And I like that. That is a good decision in my opinion. And Damian technically the sixth Robin. Did I not say 6? Because you have Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, Tim Drake, Stephanie Brown. That's 5th. Who is... Carrie came before. Carrie Kelly? Okay, dude, my mind just completely blanked on Carrie Kelly. Lucius Fox's kid? Okay. Oh, wait. Was that the character in that like kind of trash like uh like streaming show about Gotham? You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? No, it's not Gotham. It's like the other show where like Bruce Wayne's adopted kid is not actually a Robin. Yeah, it, literally with the OC white guy. Exactly. Exactly. With the OC white guy. It's the fan fiction show. It's the fan fiction show. Is it called Gotham? That's not Gotham. I don't think it was Gotham. Was it Gotham? Can I have to check? No, because Bruce Wayne wasn't in this show. It's Gotham Knights, chat. It's Gotham Knights. Jeez Louise. Okay, not the game, the television series. This one. If you've never seen this show, it's so funny, bro. So, okay, it's not spoilers because this is introduced. It's about, like, this guy who is like an OC fan fiction self-insert as the son or the adopted son of Bruce Wayne. Right? Who teams up with the daughter of the Joker. And I think her name is Carrie, which is why you guys made me think of this. Carrie, who's the Damian Wayne. No. Not Damian Wayne. No. Also, he's not Robin. He's the adopted son of Bruce Wayne, who's not Robin. And Bruce Wayne is killed. He's specifically not Damian Wayne or Robin. Yes, he's specifically not Damian Wayne, and he's not Robin. Yes. And this entire show is about the Court of Owls. Like, it's such an interesting. How many seasons? One season. It has one season. It is such an interesting show because I was so confused because I thought this was I'm like, is this Dick Grayson? But they didn't call him Dick Grayson, right? I'm like, is this? I had to look it up to see who this I had to look up every single Robin to see, make sure I wasn't tripping and be like, okay, but like, when is he going to become Robin? He's the adopted son of Bruce Wayne. He's going to become Robin, right? His name is Turner Hayes. And no, he did not become Robin. He's not Robin. He got skipped over by Robin by this by the black kid. Right? He's pissed at her because like he's like, oh, you knew my dad was Batman or whatever, and he made you the Robin. Why did he make you the Robin? They didn't have the rights, probably. No. It's called Gotham Knights, and they specifically referenced Batman and the Joker, but they couldn't get the rights to Dick Grayson. Like, it's such a funny show, bro. Yeah, her name is Carrie Kelly. So when you guys said Carrie Kelly, that is what made me think of this show. Which also, Stephanie Brown is also in the show as well. But she's also not Robin. There's only in this universe, Bruce Wayne only had one Robin. Dick Grayson didn't exist, I don't think. Like, Jason Todd didn't exist. Tim Drake didn't exist. His first Robin was Carrie Kelly. Stephanie Brown is a character, but she was never a Robin. And he had an adopted son who also wasn't a Robin. It's such an interesting, I'm like, it's like, why would you even make a Batman show at this point?
Are you
Here, let's watch the trailer real quick so you guys see what I'm talking about.
Petty theft, grand larceny, assault.
Are you really the Joker's daughter? Is that why you murdered Batman?
Wait, run it back. Sorry, it's a little low.
Petty theft, grand larceny, assault.
Are you really the Joker's daughter? Is that why you murdered Batman?
I am gonna find who did this.
With no Batman, who's gonna solve the murder of Bruce Wayne?
They think I killed my dad because I wanted his money?
I'm Robin. We have to go.
We're gonna find who really killed my dad.
Look around. A bunch of thieves turned fugitives. Joker's delusional daughter. A sidekick. Batman's orphan.
Anybody want to give me a crash course on being vigilante?
We will no longer live in fear.
Their new heroes are also their most wanted fugitives.
Time to pick a side.
Gotham Knights. New series premieres Tuesday, March 14th. Free next day only on the CW app.
Yeah, so is she named Duella Dent, or did they just give her the Joker's daughter shit? No, I think she's actually supposed to be the Joker's daughter. But I think she's genuinely supposed to be the Joker's daughter. Also, it's apparently on Max. I have not finished the season, by the way. I think it has like 13 episodes. I got to episode 9 or 10. I still have not I don't even know how it ends. I have no clue. Let me thinking this was HBO's show, like the Penguin instantly losing interest when I heard CW. That's so funny. Did you watch the Titans show? Yes, this show gives very much Titans vibes. So if you like Titans, you know, you'll enjoy something about this show. I'll say. And I'll also say Titans was better than this show. So, or Titans was decent, but I like Doom Patrol. Titans was good until they introduced Jason Todd. Titans was boring, but this scene's much worse. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. It is not good. It is pretty bad. Titans was okay-ish. It's like it does the thing where like, and I don't want to be like conservative like DEI, Starfire, or whatever, but it does the thing where it went half measures because I mean it's on a TV show budget, not a movie budget, but like making Starfire's hair orange and making Beast Boy's hair green to signify like the characters that they were. It's kind of just like, you know, like why even do this? You know? Titans had a hot Starfire, and that was enough to me. Yeah, she was a baddie. Don't get me wrong, she was a baddie, 100%. But like, it just feels like, you know, like even comparing it to like early Flash and early Green Arrow, like it just did not hit enough. Right? Did not hit enough. Have you seen Stargirl? I have seen elements of Stargirl, but not the show, no. Where did they go with Beast Boy when they only had one CGI monster of him? So he misses that show? Because Beast Boy's a part of Titans. Have you seen Doom Patrol? I saw, I think, the first few episodes of Doom Patrol. I haven't finished it. I missed the Flash reacts. Flash was good. Flash was fun. I like Flash because it didn't take itself too seriously. Right? It took itself just seriously enough to know that it's kind of stupid. You feel me? Like, it's like, Barry, you have to run faster than supersonic speed, 1.25 gigawatts in order to generate enough energy to take down this one enemy. And he was like, yes, of course, I know exactly what you mean. I can do that. You're just like, okay, dude. Okay, bro. All right. Like, you know that they're not taking it seriously. And we're not taking it seriously. It's just a little bit of it's a little fun. It's a little jokey joke. Right, but this show is entirely too serious. It's like, bum, 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 Batman is dead. Bum, 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 orphan son. Bum, 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 Joker's daughter. Bum, 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 what you gonna do? Like, like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Like, it's a self-insert, you know, white kid who's not a Robin or any of the Robins we know of. Just have fun with it. It's entirely too serious. And then that's how you feel watching the show. Watching the show, it's just entirely too serious, right? Yeah, it's literally like hated, haunted, heroes, Gotham Knights. Like, it's entirely too serious for like the premise that it's trying to. It's tagged teen drama, crime, drama, mystery, thriller. Like, it's just like, you know what I mean? At least I had a little bit of fun watching like Titans, because Titans didn't portray itself as totally serious. When there was moments of levity in the show, it felt like it fit and it was natural. But here they're literally on the run because they think that these 5 people murdered Bruce Wayne, including this kid who murdered Bruce Wayne because he wanted his dad's money. And so if there's every like, and then they take like a quick cut over to like going to like a cocktail party. You're like, why are you going to a cocktail party? What are we doing here? Aren't you like fugitives on the run? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like it portrays the tone that it's set by the show by doing the things that it does. Honestly, I've seen Legends of Tomorrow and I've seen Black Lightning. I've seen both of the shows. I'm pretty sure. Let me check and make sure. Okay, I've seen an episode or 2 of Legends of Tomorrow because they took Firestorm from The Flash and then like dropped him into the show as well. But that means Good Until got a weird crossover. It had a crossover. Okay, this is too many things. Too many things. Have you seen Legends of Tomorrow was okay? Same with Black Lightning, yeah. That's when the CW fell off when it was goofy and fun. I'm into it when it gets super edgy and serious. It's so cringe that I can't watch. Yeah. So like any other CW show with the Batman skin at the time, it did. Yeah. But also, it didn't, like, you didn't even see Batman. The Robin costume you saw in the trailer.
There are 30 other rooms in this place to hook up.
Mom, I swear we were just talking.
Thanks.
Harry, we have a drink together?
Right, sorry.
Oh, somebody broke into the good stuff. Your dad gonna be okay with that?
I don't think he'll miss it. It's a questionable choices.
Everybody relax. I got this.
Harvey. Turner, it's your father. He's dead. I have to ask you, did you know he was Batman?
You don't have to keep the secret any longer. It must be a relief.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Relief.
My father believed that each of us could become a light and bring a new dawn to Gotham.
Can't imagine what you must be going through. I am gonna find who did this.
It's just the latest in an epidemic of violence since the demise of the Dark Knight.
To wonder who will protect Gotham now that Batman is dead.
We have 3 suspects in custody.
Got your fingerprints on the gun that killed Bruce Wayne.
That's not what happened.
We were paid to break into his office, not kill him.
It's like a museum had sex with a bank vault.
You're just trying to get us to turn on each other.
My brother walks.
I'm trying to get the truth. Are you really the Joker's daughter?
I would like to speak with my legal counsel.
And you shouldn't have shot in her kneecap.
Turner, there's one more suspect.
They think I killed my dad because I wanted his money?
Hey, I'm sorry.
Just what I want to do. I told you, chat. I told you. Do. Did you kill your father? Do. You're the Joker's daughter? Do. That's literally what this show is. It's so needlessly edgy for no reason.
It's the Bat Brat.
No, you haven't figured it out? We didn't kill your dad any more than you did.
They don't care if we're innocent. Time to pick a side.
What the hell are you doing?
Well, I'm trying to get these cuffs undone, and it's not working. Colin and Harper had no problem getting theirs off.
What?
He's in on it. They all are.
You just made my job easier.
Who the hell are you?
Carrie Kelly?
Wait, I know you.
From Trig.
So you knew my dad was Batman.
I became his eyes and ears. Called me his little Robin.
Bruce, you cannot call this 15-year-old girl your little Robin. I'm sorry. Bruce, you cannot call this 15-year-old girl your little Robin. I'm sorry, you can't do it. You can't do it. That's yeah, maybe it's not so bad he died. Maybe it's not. Oh jeez. Look at Turner's face. He's like, shit, my dad's a pedophile. This is the my dad's a pedophile face. Okay, one more time. She's like, yeah, we used to always go out for dinner every night. And he would always give me flowers, and he called me his little Robin. That's not. That's not. I'm gonna hold your hands when I say this, honey. You were being groomed. It's okay, and this is what I'll say, is that the show doesn't like admit this, and it's not intentionally trying to do this, but like when watching this show, I finally understood what people were talking about like how weird it is that Bruce Wayne is running around with these little kids in these tight uniforms, right? Because when I engaged with Batman media, like I was this age, like I was 15, 16 years old or 13 years old when I was like watching Batman and stuff, so like it didn't really hit to me. And so I'm watching this show and I see a kid who's very clearly young enough to be my little sister running around with a 30, 40, 50-year-old man. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's a bit strange. Yeah, no. Like, she looks young. She looks like a child. And so I'm like, yeah, no, okay, I can definitely see why people would have a problem with this now. Yeah. I couldn't see it when I was younger because I was that age and I was like, but like, no, this is a child. This is a child. This is very clearly a child. Bruce, what are we doing here? And like in the original Batman, it has like some more explanation because Bruce is younger in the comics when he takes in Dick. But also, he's like Dick Grayson's adopted father. That's a little bit different. You feel me? That's a little bit different. It's not like he adopted Carrie, right? Like he's like steps in at the father figure role for Dick, and like he's like a provider for him, right? He feeds him. He's just like, you know, like he's not just like a random other person. Like Carrie doesn't live with him. He has an adopted child, and it's this guy. Think his award. Think it's already an acrobat. Yeah. Also, Bruce originally doesn't want him to do vigilantism, so it is a bit strange. It is a bit weird. Where like now we very clearly have like a 40-year-old Bruce, right? A 40-year-old Bruce taking in this like 16-year-old kid. Not even taking her in, like just like going on like side missions to do. Like she has a mom. That's the weird part. Her father was killed, but she still has a mom. And so behind her mom's back, her mom is a character in the show. So behind her mom's back, she is sneaking out late at night to hang out with this 40-year-old man in these skimpy costumes to beat up criminals. And the show like doesn't understand that, hey, maybe that's not a good thing. Like she actively still lies to her mom after Bruce Wayne is dead. You're like Tim Drake's mom and his dad died and his dad lives, but Tim didn't live with Bruce. Yeah, and calling her his little Robin. You guys didn't do that when you were younger? I don't think so.
Called me his little Robin.
Look, that face is like, what? Okay, I don't like the way they looked at each other there. Right? Like, I understand the way he looks at her because like he's mad, right? In the story of the show, he's upset that his father trusted this other random girl, this random child with the responsibility of becoming Robin and not Tanner or whatever his name is himself. Tyler Tucker. What's his name? His name Tanner? Right, that's what he's upset about. And so like, he's like looking at her like pissed, being like, I hate that my dad trusted you more than he trusted me with this overarching secret. And then Turner, yeah. And then she looks at him with like, man, you're my love interest's eyes. Like, these are very different looks that they're giving. They're giving each other very different looks here. They're not the same looks. He's giving the, I hate you because my dad trusted you more than me. And she's like, I'm your love interest. Like, oh, bro, the CW is so funny, bro. It's so funny. You tune in, it's actually pop culture, not politics. Savage. He was giving your Groom Gang and she's giving your hot. Yeah. Go do your math homework, please.
We can't prove we're not killers by killing someone. We have to stick together, find who really killed my dad, and clear our names. Because we all deserve justice.
Hunt down these fugitives.
They'll be looking for us in every alley, every dark corner of the city. There's one thing they don't have. A bat cave.
Oh my god.
Hey, tell me, you brought the Batmobile, right?
No. My mom's car. Gonna be a tight squeeze.
Woo! I call shotgun!
The bat tricycle. Yeah, supernatural jump scare. So yeah, that's Gotham Knights. We got on a completely separate tangent about freaking comic books and stuff. I started watching the show since Misha Collins was in it, and I love Supernatural. The show is so bad. Like, it kind of looked sick. Yeah, let's take a look at it. Hello? There he goes. Okay. Like, that being the Batcave entrance is so stupid. Like, you have a giant book here. If somebody even leans on it to read the book, it just pops open. Like, it has to be it has to be not hidden enough so that it's believable that they can just stumble upon it, right? But also, it's just too unbelievably easy that like you would just kind of fall on it. You know what I mean? You would kind of fall on it, and it would just pure. Was Alfred in this show? I don't remember. Let's see. I don't think so. Let me check, actually.
My God.
Yes, Alfred is in the show. Only in... He's only... Oh, sorry, excuse me. He's only mentioned in the show. He is not a character. In the Gotham Knights wiki, his status is unknown. He's only mentioned 2 times in the entire show. Oh, hello, we're back.
My God.
It is go back here.
It's true.
But it does suck. We only see this part of it, and like some monitors here, like a gaming setup, and some servers, and that's it. Like I feel like the Batcave would be more of a, you know, would have more than just stairs leading up directly to the main monitors, and some servers in the background. You know what I mean? She was shocked by the utter waste of money. The LED on the stairs too. I mean, I think I got some LED on the stairs. You know, some LED strips. He just has a random server room in the background. Respect. But yeah, that's Gotham Knights. What an interesting show. He's crypto farming. That's how he keeps his billions, chat. Mr. Batman was getting so much prep time in the cave. How did he even die? I have no clue, actually. I didn't finish the show. I didn't even solve the main mystery of the show of how did Batman even die. I just know the Court of Owls was involved. But I didn't even finish it. Came back, we're still on a comic sidetrack. We literally, we're ending it now. We're ending it now. But like, jeez, the freaking Louise. If y'all really want to talk about Gosh Diggly, Ethan, we can talk about Gosh Diggly Ethan. Bring back the Flash. The comments in Trash TV Talk was better than drama. I enjoyed the tunnel, which is what that used to be my calling card. It used to be my thing. You know what I mean? The Flash. We'll end with the Flash clip that that everybody knows. Let me see. High to low views. Flash is a bottom? No, Flash is a top. Reverse Flash is a bottom, but apparently they're both switches because now originally the reverse Flash was the bottom and the Flash was the bottom and the reverse Flash was the top, and the Godspeed is sandwiched in the middle of the two men. So it was like a 3-man sandwich. What sense does this make? Please, somebody explain to me how this could even happen, and why are they even fighting with swords in the first place? You have super speed and you have time travel. Why is any of this an issue? None of this makes any sense. Please, somebody explain this to me. How can this go on for 2 more seasons? How can this go on for 2 more seasons? Please, somebody explain. Scene is actually crazy. It would make you insane. Yeah, this is a clip that that was my streamer awards clip. Were you sick or just passionate? This was after like 5 hours of trying to explain to chat why the Flash TV show would make me so mad. Like what we just talked about, that was more of a laid back, you know, I was being like at least coherent in my discussion about why Gotham Knights sucks, right? But like I got very passionate about this was about the Flash? Yeah. You not see? Okay, I'll play it again. Flash is a bottom? No, Flash is a top. Reverse Flash is a bottom, but apparently they're both switches because now originally the reverse Flash was the bottom and the Flash was the bottom and the reverse Flash was the top, and the Godspeed is sandwiched in the middle of the two men. So it was like a 3-man sandwich. What sense does this make? Please, somebody explain to me how this could even happen, and why are they even fighting with swords in the first place? You have super speed and you have time travel. Why is any of this an issue? None of this makes any sense. Please, somebody explain this to me. How can this go on for 2 more seasons? How can this go on for 2 more seasons? Please, somebody explain. Also, I want to point out that I had 3,000 followers at the time. And this was not even 2 years ago. Technically, it's like a year and a half ago because it happened in June of 2023. June or July 2023. And now we're at 25,000. So that's pretty crazy. But yeah, basically what I'm talking about here is in the Flash TV show, season 7, episode 18, the Reverse Flash comes back to fight alongside the Flash against a new speedster named Godspeed. And I go through this entire episode, this entire fight sequence, right, with the things that piss me off. And one of the things that pissed me off, not even the main thing was the energy swords, but one of the main things that pissed me off were 11 subs at the time too. No, that was 11 subs for the day, right? So it was 11 daily subs. That's not my full total sub goal. I had like 300 subs at the time, I think, in total. Yeah, still crazy growth. But essentially what happened was, you can see I opened up a paint drawing. The Reverse Flash, who's the color red, was at the bottom of the staircase, right? Does that make sense? Godspeed is a little bit further up on the staircase in the middle, and then the regular Flash, who's orange, is a little bit further up on the staircase, right? But just a frame previously, okay, listen. I'm not going to relitigate this entire discussion. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not doing it. I'm only going to talk about this part specifically. I talked about this extensively, this 5-minute clip. I've talked about this extensively, right? I'm only going to focus on this part. Here, starting here, the Reverse Flash is further up on the staircase than Godspeed and the Flash. It goes the Reverse Flash, Godspeed and the Flash. In case you don't know the context, the Reverse Flash and the Flash are teaming up temporarily against Godspeed and the White here. Do they have lightsabers? Don't get me started. Don't get me started. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. Let me, no, okay, stop. Okay. The Reverse Flash is at the top. Godspeed is in the middle. The Flash is at the bottom of the stairwell. Do we understand that? Does that make sense? Right? Reverse Flash is at the top. Godspeed is in the middle. The Flash at the bottom. We can't ignore the lightsabers. We have to. We have to. I will be here for 3 more hours if we don't. I've talked about this extensively multiple times. We have to ignore the lightsabers, okay? We have to do it. 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 All right. I skip forward in this a little bit. They're fighting, right? And then they go into the super speed mode. And then they run up the stairs a little bit more. This is my issue. Because now, if you look, the Flash is at the top. Godspeed is still in the middle. And then the Reverse Flash is at the bottom. How did that happen? How did that happen? Super speed to go up 1 flight? Yeah, they say super sped to go up 1 flight. They switch super fast, but that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. So you're telling me the Flash, who was here, Godspeed, who was here, and the Reverse Flash, who was here, and then they all went into super speed. And then the Flash ran past Godspeed, the person he's trying to kill, right? And then the Reverse Flash ran past Godspeed and ran past the Reverse Flash to become the first person over here. And then the Reverse Flash let Godspeed run past him to get right here so we can end in the in the what's the word? Configuration that the Reverse Flash, the Flash is at the top. Godspeed is in the middle. And then the Reverse Flash is at the bottom. Why? Why? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. Because you wanted a challenge to let the Flash get up there? It doesn't make sense. Because then they do it again. Now, the Reverse Flash is at the top, Godspeed is in the middle again, and then the Flash is at the bottom. So you're telling me that this already happened once. And then, the Reverse Flash ran past Godspeed and the Flash to get into this position here. And then Godspeed ran past the Flash, but the Flash allowed him to do so to get back in this position, all in the same stairwell. And they're all trying to kill each other. That doesn't make sense. About the order they super speed in? That doesn't make sense. Their super speed is always on. They're always reacting at super speed. They can choose to run fast or not, but their minds are always reacting at super speed. So it's not like, oh, the Godspeed just happened to super speed a little bit faster and run past the reverse flash, and then ended his super speed so the Flash can run past the reverse flash and him. It doesn't make sense. And I'm not even getting into the fact that, like, this part here, like, this doesn't make sense. Lightning is fast. Can we all agree on that? Lightsabers make sense if they're moving faster than light. Not really. Lightning is fast. That's like the entire point about lightning, is that it moves from one place to the other quickly. So why slow down the lightning to how quick you are and stop making it in motion to use it as a sword? If the entire point is that lightning travels fast. But whatever. Even if I were to let this slide. Sure. He grabs the lightning from the sky, slows it down, has a lightsaber. Cool. Let me continue. Now I must reiterate, for those of you who did not watch 7 seasons of The Flash, this was never a thing they established that speedsters can do. At no point in the 7 seasons, in 18 episodes prior to this, did they ever establish that any speedster can do this. So if I'm going to give you, right, if your son can, he can't. In this season, and I'll say that Wally West has manipulated energy in the past, never made a laser sword, right? But he's like manipulated energy in the past. That was his whole specific thing, is that he went on a spiritual journey, you know, becoming a monk or whatever. It came back and he could manipulate some energy. Stuff like that, right? That's what Wally West can do. Never a laser sword. Laser sword wasn't really a thing. Right? But Godspeed being able to do it, sure. The Flash just on the fly, including the reverse flash, just conjuring a lightning sword out of what, the Speed Force? Just the Speed Force? When was that established? When was that established? It doesn't make sense. Do they explain the color of them? Godspeed's faster, so he's white. And the reverse flash is bad, so he's red. And the Flash is normal, so he has a normal color. You have to read Cloak and Dagger to learn why. Stop. They learn fast, they can learn things at super speed. But like, why did Godspeed have to pull the lightning from the sky to make a sword, and they can just generate one out on the fly? Because what has been established is that the Flash needs to run very fast to generate lightning. Right? That was established in season 2. Season 2 established that the Flash needs to run super fast to generate lightning so they can then throw it. But now he's just standing still, just lightning. I have a laser sword now. Whatever. He's talking about this. It's so funny. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, this is the thing that they have established. They Kid Flash throwing lightning shurikens, which already like what? But like that was the thing that they established. But again, the thing is like this isn't like too outside of the realm of possibility. Like he had to run to generate the electricity to then throw the lightning. The Flash did this in season 2. That's the thing that happened. Why they're in the shape of shurikens, I don't know. But like it is still essentially Wally my love. This isn't even Wally, chat. This is Bart. This is Bart Allen. But like, okay, the Flash has demonstrated before to be able to throw lightning. So I'll let that slide. But the laser swords? The laser, whatever. We're moving on. Cause I'm just gonna get worked up again about freaking the Flash discourse and stuff. Godspeed runs up the stairs first. Reverse Flash runs up to Godspeed and then stops when Godspeed is in our region. The Flash has to run past the two of them because he doesn't want to get on the same side as Reverse Flash. But why would Godspeed let the Flash run past him? Or why would the Flash let Godspeed run past him in the first place? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. They are all moving in super speed. Like, chat, even if you're faster than I am, like even if I was standing next to like Usain Bolt, like if he's intent on running past me, I'll at least get a shot or two off on him while he's doing so. If you've ever played D&D, it's an attack of opportunity. No matter how fast you are, if you run past somebody, right? They can take a little pot shot at you. It just doesn't make sense. And you're not going to make it make sense to me, I will say. Anyway. I'm tired. Is it time to now get to the drama, to address the title? Oh boy, unfortunately. More Flash discourse. What happened to the Klein drama? We'll talk about it. Fun times over? Yeah, fun times over. Now it's time for serious times. Not even really serious. You love for the day? Thank you. I need it. They act like they turn it on and off rather than constantly being immersed to where they would all be running around like rugby players because they are relatively the same speed. Yeah. I'd rather litigate Flash. I could do hours more of you just trying on the screen illustrating your point. You should do more superhero talk. It's been fun. Oh, I do. Trust me, I do. My long-term chatters know that's I do it all the time. I'll talk about the Flash. I'll talk about the CW. I'll talk about Power Rangers. I'll talk about Power Rangers a lot of stuff. Can you explain the Ethan Klein drama in terms of the Flash? Great question. But yeah, stick around. We do other stuff here. Do you feel DC would be better served sticking to animation? They do it so well. The animation shouldn't be looked down on quality-wise just because it's a cartoon. Yeah, but it doesn't make them the money. You know what I mean? Like, they see the amount of money that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is making, and they want that. Thoughts on Daima? I already gave my thoughts on Daima. I just woke up, don't know how you stay so consistent. Like, it's streaming consistently? Oh, my brain is broken. Keepies, that's like the Atrocity Boys season 3 and 4. I'm still angry. Maybe later. That's how this whole convo started. Yeah. Is your white supremacy that they made white Power Ranger the leader? Yes. Yes, it is. Anyway, I do have to run to the bathroom really quickly, so I'm gonna put on something that's not specifically drama related. While I do so. Or you know what? Maybe I'll put on this video. Strange came through for. All right. Video that, you know, made people very mad. Like this. Was the white Power Ranger always the leader? No, it's always Red. Red's still the leader, even when like Tommy was the White Ranger. But like, okay, don't get me started on like the way that Tommy, or mostly Tommy, during Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was always just like, as soon as he was introduced as the Green Ranger or the White Ranger, the Power Rangers themselves became less competent. Does that make sense, chat? They became less competent. Like the 5 Rangers and the Megazord used to be able to beat the monsters all the time, but the moment the Green Ranger was introduced and then became the White Ranger, it became the White Savior Ranger, right? He's like, oh no, we can't do this. We must call Tommy. Tommy, where are you? Tommy gets his little flute, like, and he calls his like Dragon Zord or whatever. I don't know the flute tune. Okay, now I want to know the flute tune. That's what it is. And to be fair, it is Aura. The White Savior theme. True. Like, you're telling me Tommy gets an entire Zord by himself? Tommy gets an entire, sorry, not his entire Zord, an entire Megazord by himself. All right. All right. Sure. Sure. White man's burden, white privilege. I do not know Cinema 4, and I rarely watch Ray, even though I like her as a person and what she does for the community. But even I, as a generic cis white male, actually think that Ray and Sin and Sistathon is very fun and cozy. I fell asleep to it last couple of days. As you rock. People have a problem with it. Have you watched Solo Leveling? Yeah. I mean, I've read Solo Leveling before, right? It's exactly like, it's 1-to-1 to the manhwa. Anyway, I do have to run to the bathroom though. So, or should I play Trump is Lindsay's arguments? It's not? No, it is. No, it is. The plot points are pretty much identical. Up so far. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. They're making anime original edits. The plot points are like 1-to-1 identical. The adaptation is not 1-to-1. I mean, I'm sure they're cutting stuff out from the manga, but like everything that they've shown in the anime so far, besides the people like the main cast, because they're Korean, they speak Japanese because it's a Japanese anime. But like the plot points, everything that's happened is like, oh, he does this thing happens, he does this thing, this. It has all happened 1-to-1 to 1-to-1 to 1-to-1. Because anime is very different. They cut out a lot of world building that was done in the manga. I mean, that's all anime, right? You're just describing something that all anime do. They pick up any anime, like pick up freaking Naruto, and they do the same thing. They cut out a lot of the world building, right, in the actual source material to get it condensed into an anime format. You know what I mean? You can't be 1-to-1, it wouldn't work. Yeah. And so when I say it's 1-to-1, it's like just adapting, not all animes. No, all anime. You will not find an anime that has JJK was 1-to-1. That's not true. There's world building in JJK that's also was cut out as well. it's a little bit better about it and trying to stick to the source material, but also, again, pointing out, JJK didn't really have a lot of world building. You know what I mean? It didn't. JJK was like fight to fight to fight to fight to fight. There wasn't a lot of character development in JJK to begin with. Right? Nothing was cut in Naruto-chan. I watched all 700 episodes. They added a lot. I mean, that's filler stuff, right? And many of the canon materials were the same, but they adapted things to work better on the screen. Especially in Shippuden. Right? Because oftentimes the problem is, like, when animes are being made, it's not done. Right? It's not done. Akari was fully developed and had plenty of growth. If they didn't have the swastika. But anyway, we're just describing basic regular anime things, and we're saying that like it's a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like Solo Leveling is 1-to-1 in that it does the plot points that the story has done, where they don't add anything. One Punch Man was pretty 1-to-1. I didn't read One Punch Man, so I can't speak on that. Right? But I was literally just thinking about it in for Solo Leveling. Like, at least for the last 3 episodes, they are like it's exactly what happened in the manhwa. Because I remember reading it very clearly, indirectly. Right? And I won't spoil what happens, but like, I'm like, yep, I remember that. Turn the page. Yep, I remember that. Turn the page. Yeah, I remember that. For loving his story is so bad. I read through the stuff. It's just brain dead power fantasy. But I love it because it's brain dead power fantasy, chat. I don't need all of my shows to be Attack on Titan. You feel me? Sometimes I want to turn my brain off and watch one guy get super strong. That's fun. Not like every show being that, you know what I mean? I enjoy other types of material as well, but sometimes, like, just seeing somebody go from weak to strong, you're like, huh, I like that. Right? And I will say, one thing that I think the show is doing better is that it is better describing the glitches in the system, if you will. Right? And maybe it's because it's a, visual media. And so we can see people actually start glitching out when they start saying things that they're not supposed to be saying. And it makes you think, like, why is that the case? Why is these glitches happening? And hopefully, I hope they do a better job of explaining these things. How do you feel about Solo Leveling? I'm literally talking about it currently right now. Like, the moment where you type that message is me giving my current specific thoughts about Solo Leveling directly. Like, I had to stop giving my thoughts about Solo Leveling to answer your question about what my thoughts about Solo Leveling are. It has to be bait? I mean, it must be. First, I thought you were talking about JJK. No, we're talking about Solo Leveling. You know what? Here, watch this while I use the bathroom. BRB. Okay, we'll get to the stories in a second. We're going to go through this first.
Because there's too much shame in his heart to openly admit that. Okay? So
I'm going live with Gen Z Dems threw him off too. That I don't understand. That's the only thing I don't get. Why did Hasan go live with the Gen Z Dems? I'm confused. That confuses me. I don't even know how it started. I don't even know what he talked about. Man was just bored. He felt silly. Lib outreach. I'm just confused. He wants to collab with Dean. That's so funny. I was literally just talking about how I hate Dean, bro. And how I think that Dean sucks. I literally just talking about it yesterday. I do not like that man. I am not a fan. Also, thank you for telling me the glasses look good. I appreciate that. Cut to his ass. I don't like it. I don't like that we as the left promote voices of people who were like just racist recently. instead of the actual marginalized people. We don't need another mediocre 20-something-year-old white kid who debates as a voice for the left. We don't. I think Hasan knows that. No, he does. He knows that this is like a TikTok liberal kid who Genocide Joe's biggest glazer. That was actually Harry Sisson. It was Genocide Joe's biggest glazer. But he's, yeah, same thing. I hate Dean. And Chris and Harry. I hate all these kids.
You want to play forward? I kind of got fucking...
I listen, Hasan can do what he wants to. I think that's his biggest L. Genuinely. What about Mason? Mason's show. I don't have a problem with Mason. Right? But yeah, Hasan can do what he wants to. But I think this is Hasan's biggest L. In my personal opinion. This is his biggest L. Is freaking going on Dean's TikTok live. Or whatever. Are these count? I'm back. I've arrived. And I'm gonna start banning people who just come in here to, you know, give whatever takes that they think that they can give, instead of actually listening to my take, because it's annoying. Like, people will just come in here and then try to argue that I'm saying something that I'm not saying. Do that in a second. I saw myself giving advice to one chatter. I was being super annoying. Also arguing with the video. Yeah, I wasn't even here. Anyway, I just played this so I can continue. Chatter that stream, we're not paying attention. Yeah. But anyway, we'll start with this, right? Context about what I'm talking about to begin with as well. What had happened? What is going on? Let me explain. Essentially, right? Essentially. I mean, you know, this is a start. You can start from going back to the concert nuke or whatever. But essentially, Dean Withers and the TikTok liberal, the past time we see the White Lives Matter statement, I don't even know what that's referring to. And TikTok liberals were talking about the concert nuke. Hasan joined the TikTok live in order to, like, dispel the notions or myths about the content nuke and rant a little bit. And I, on this stream, talked about the fact that I am not a fan that we on the left prioritize the voices of people who were formerly racist in order to speak about racial issues, as opposed to the marginalized people themselves. Like, that's the take. If I were to summarize my take into one sentence, that's it. I was analyzing a phenomenon that I saw on the left, that we oftentimes promote or prioritize the voices of people who were formerly racist than the marginalized people themselves, allowing them to speak about their experience with racism instead. Right? And so people did not really understand what I was saying with this take. This was like 3 days ago, you know what I mean? Or 2 days ago. And then so I don't think it was 3 days ago. And then 2 days ago, I went back on my stream to try to clarify my take, and it got posted on r/Hasan Piker, Hasan_Piker. Then it became a discourse about me doing leftist infighting and purity testing of like people, and saying that I am like anti-change or don't want people to change their minds or whatever. Jubilee asked him something, he turned out to be bad, and so will this Dean kid. I mean, maybe not. Right? Logic Beer, thank you for the prime. Also, let me think of the subs real quick. Mobile Suit Cola, thank you for the Koala, thank you for the tier 1. Halo, Sindine, thank you for the tier 1. Fresh Out, thank you for the tier 1. And then Evo Lutia, thank you for the prime. And is Pepsi okay, like emotionally? Okay, I got there. Right, and the conversation sort of expanded from this into like about Dean specifically, into like whether or not Dean has specifically grown and changed his mind. And to be fair, I think I bit the bait a little bit. And so instead of talking about my original point in that the left is very charitable to people's growth, and in certain cases almost too charitable to allowing people who have grown from the racist past now be like the voices on the left, like not even like a voice on the left, but the voices on the left because of their racist past, right? And that turned into like a conversation about like Dean specifically, whether or not Dean has actively changed or not. Right, that was 2 days ago, and then yesterday it was I was going through the subreddit and reading some posts, and got a bit emotional. I'll say it. I'm fair to admit that I got a bit emotional. Living as a black person and having a black experience and feeling as though my voice again wasn't being taken seriously, which was what my overarching point was, is that the left doesn't take black voices seriously or as seriously as somebody who was formerly racist, being ignored. Yeah. And so from there, that apparently got clipped and then posted on the H3 subreddit. And then Ethan talked about it on his podcast. And then section here. It's not even like a long section. But I am relatively curious to see what he's going to say. Does it matter that he's more of a liberal voice than a leftist voice? Do you think Hasan promoting him is making him more leftist? I don't know. As perceived by others? Not necessarily. Like, I don't think people are being like fooled by Hasan. By Hasan promoting this voice and thinking like, oh, now he's a leftist now. Right? That's not my point. My point is more that it doesn't matter if he's a leftist or a liberal. My point is that people prioritize or would rather support those voices of somebody who's formerly racist as opposed to the marginalized people speaking about the issues themselves. Gonna be mad he's disingenuous. I ran out of anger, honestly. Does it matter his voice is the wrong one to prioritize? Yeah. He turned the Hasan bitching into a segment. That's going to be the end of the show now since his audience kept getting upset. That's pretty funny. It's not that Dean is a leftist, but the leftist community is lifting him up. Yeah. It's not about growing. It's about people using how they've grown as an actual achievement. Yeah. Major points that I got from him is 1, promoting recently racist liberal voices on the left versus marginalized people. 2, sometimes being too charitable without waiting for people to actually do the work. 3, debate farming Nazis bad. 4, class protectionism is silly over intersectional causes because it's kind of branched and it makes and it started as 1 making champions of the former races. Yeah. Isn't Ethan a liberal, not a leftist? Yeah, he is a liberal.
Lasciviousio 3 Police just subscribed. From the river to the sea.
Oh, don't say that next to Ethan. I mean, I don't know why it's so hard for anyone to understand that marginalized people aren't uncomfortable with that. I don't know. Like, and again, which is kind of funny for this chatter that I banned, right? Which Mods, can you check if there's a ban request? I want to see if this person's here, right? Because I talked to Hasan, right? And he had to take the I said he's gonna have. Like, we came to an understanding. right? And I said that he's going to, if he finds it more productive to, or talk to these people, these liberal people, right? And do outreach to them, he's going to do that, which I said that he, you know, will do. And he understands my point, right? He understands what I'm saying. So like, the idea like, oh, Hasan's gonna be super mad at me because of my take is just crazy. The chatter from last night submitted one. I think Dean shouldn't be a voice on the left because he's not that bright. He'll also take any position that gets him ahead. I think watching Concept Puke and agreeing with some of the points, I don't think he's that well read. I don't think so either. Is what I said yesterday, right? I think Parker's more well read than he is, and he just kind of fell into it by being on Jubilee and talking to people who are you know, just stupid. She's like, these make me happy. I stopped dating white men that have read theory. I never leave my house and like to hear themselves talk. Or never leave the house and like to hear themselves talk. This is kind of blowback of doing that. Dean can flip again in 4 years, back right-wingers, and will be, you're wondering why we platform them. Yeah, that's also my overarching point. Because again, it happened with Ethan. Right? And so I understand Hasan's position. And again, Hasan is going to do what Hasan's going to do. Right? His entire thing is he provides charitability to people, even if they don't deserve it. Right? And no matter how much we talk about or we rationalize whether or not that's good, Hasan's going to do it regardless. Right? And so I think it's dumb to spend time kind of arguing over something that Hasan is going to do, because that is how he views the left should grow. Right? Like this video is clickbait. The title is clickbait. It is a clickbait video, right? My take in the video is not even that Hasan should not platform Dean, right? But instead a meta commentary about the way that the left operates and how, like, we as the left oftentimes promote people with formerly racist belief over marginalized people, right? Hasan and Dean are in the title because, you know, clicks. Same cycle with TYT falls in sometimes, and Hasan does it also. It's what happens when you are focused on being charitable and trying to reach your audience. Which, and I understand how necessary that can be. I mean, I understand how important that can also be. Like, I get it. Right? I get it. He wants to be a nice, non-threatening boy who's confused about what it means to be what being a political commentator means. Right? Again, my take is not even that like Dean shouldn't be a part of outreach. Not even that Dean should not, or Hasan shouldn't do outreach to Dean. Right? My video is purely a made in part of frustration that we are at this space in society. He should not be the face of it. I mean, that's my take. My take is that he should not be the face of it, right? But even past that, my video is again at first like is demonstrating my frustration that in society, that is the voice that is listened to. That is the voice that is promoted. You know what I mean? Like, marginalized people just are not listened to in the same way. They're just not. Right? And like, you can disagree with me in my like assertion that he shouldn't be like, you know, promoted, and thinking that like, oh, well, it's reality. So like, you have to operate within the reality that like he does have an audience and outreach is still necessary. And that's fine. Right? But once you start defending that system of like, oh no, actually he is better to speak to white supremacists than you are because you're black, that's when I didn't draw issue with it. You could have the take that like, I agree with what you're saying, but like I still think it's beneficial to do outreach to Dean. Right? I'd be like, okay, I'm totally fine with that take. You can have that take. Right? But the problem is when I had chatters who were coming in here and saying like, no, it is actually imperative that we have formerly racist people speak on behalf of the movement instead of black people, because they know better than you do on how to talk to racist people And that was where I was drawing an issue with, right? That was where my line was. And that's where I got upset, right? That's where I got upset. Like the insinuation that formerly racist white people are inherently better equipped to speak about the humanity of black people than the black people themselves. I think that's crazy. That's insane. You know what I mean? I think it's insane. That's liberal racism, yeah. I think people often misunderstand that your valid frustration is not new or a unique position, and is in relation to how the largest of this type of strategy has tendency to de-emphasize quality instead of quantity, yeah. Including both is what the left, is what gives the left its strength. It has to be dialectic, and people have to do the work. Yeah. It's a white supremacist take fundamentally. Yeah, and that's what I said yesterday. It's white splaining at its best. It is. Right? And it's something that I think a lot of leftists don't understand because they don't think that they can be racist. Right? It's something that a lot of leftists don't understand because they think that they've already done the work. Right? And so they view my take as lip shit. They view it as identity politics because they think that they've already done all the work. They believe they no longer have to listen to black people because they are no longer racist. Right? Which demonstrates my point, but that's how we arrive at this position in the first place. Because this month barely ended and Ethan's already wilding. I mean, he talked about it yesterday. So like he did it on Black History Month. This is how we were ending Black History Month. Right? And I thought about it yesterday. I thought about just going on a break, coming back and just not talking about this anymore. Not talking about Ethan. Trust me, Ethan still gets my ire. Trust and believe. Right? But just letting it rock. But I feel like I would be doing a disservice, right, to the wider left in general, right? But also to my people by just like kind of caving to the public pressure, by allowing white people to try to silence, you know, what I think that they need to hear because they're uncomfortable with hearing it. Right? And so if I have to be the bad guy, if I have to take the hate DMs and the hate YouTube comments or whatever, in order for people to hear what I'm saying on this, then I'll be the bad guy, you know? You know, these are the licks you got to take as the largest black political commentator. I fell into this position and now I have to rock with it. You know? If this is my role now, then this is what it is. And so if I have to every single day for the next year, spend every single day of my stream explaining this concept to more and more people who see clips out of context posted on the H3 subreddit or whatever, then that's what I'm going to do. And I'm sorry, chat, if that's the content you don't want to see, right? But, you know, somebody's got to say it. Because if I, you know, sit down and shut up, and if I let white leftists believe that they're done changing, you know, 5 years down the line, we're going to be in the same position. You feel me? We're going to be in the same position. Right? There'll be another me. Right? When I inevitably get fed up about this. Who then has to explain these concepts. Right? So I don't think I said anything out of line. I don't think I said anything crazy. He's talking about comic books for like a small bit every once in a while. No. If you're on Hasan Twitter, you'll see mentions of people who felt like they had to stop watching because of the underlying sexist and racist vibes. It's an overarching problem in the left that needs to be faced head on. Yeah. And the thing about it is like, I don't even think like Hasan like believes these things. You feel me? The problem with Hasan is that he's so large that like it's almost impossible to like check the chat in every time that they do something that isn't like, you know, misogynistic or racist, which he does do, by the way. Like, he'll call out chat for being misogynistic. He'll call out chat for being racist. You know what I mean? But it's almost impossible to do that and the outreach content that he wants to do as well. Right? So there needs to be another voice who's saying the hard things while Hasan is also doing the outreach. Hasan will be doing the outreach. He's going to be talking to Dean, no matter what, you know, we think should happen. Right? But the community has gotten away with not being directly confronted with the white supremacy that they are inadvertently, you know, putting out. Right? And so they are just, it's uncomfortable. Right? And as, you know, time will show, when like white people are uncomfortable, they lash out. And leftists are not exempt from this. Ethan just posted an insane story. A lot of people say that instead of just saying what story that he posted, you know what I mean? Make me go out of my way to try to find it. You like put up haters Instagram live on air and starts putting his family pictures. Since his family go hate him and his mom and his friends and his employer thing. Later on a bomb threat where allegedly he's called in the school where his mom works at. My only regret is not finding a more detailed account to call out. I've tried. The only person dumb enough to lead anti-Semitic hate comments is real public account. Now the type of racism is aimed towards a different group. This scumbag would have been called into the hole somewhere too humiliated to show his face again. But because I'm Jewish, he gets to cry about it on TikTok and be the hero and the victim. Here's a suggestion next time. Don't tell people they're going to hell for getting a Star of David tattoo. And you shouldn't have anything to worry about. Also lying about the bomb threats. That's crazy. His comment was so mild. We'll get that in a second. We'll get to that in a second. Yeah, we'll hold on to that, chat. We'll get to it in a second. All right, focus on the discussion. Focus on the discussion, chat. You guys are trying to move off the discussion. My sister loves Dean. Really excited for the eventual convo with Hasan. So people like her could be a bit more radicalized. And I get that, and I understand that. You feel me? And I understand how important that is for people as well, right? My take is purely that I hate that we're in the state of society where Dean is a voice for the left and is the voice for the left. Too far you took the bait. What are you talking about? Like, I just wish we were at a better place where, you know, people were willing to listen to the marginalized voices themselves. You feel me? People are so poisoned by the aesthetic representation of the left as radlibs that they are having the standards that don't win people over, and the fact the principles of what make people understand the importance of the positions you take. When chatter is trying to move on, move to something. I mean, yeah, but like I moved back. So he's just a lib in my opinion. He is a lib. He's a lib. And he can change his mind. He can grow. He can become a better person with better politics. Right? My point is purely that I do not like the fact that those voices are promoted over the voices of marginalized people. I don't like it. And separately from that, I also hate the fact that these people are being rewarded with platforms. Right? Because they already have a platform after selling out, you know, marginalized people. That is a personal gripe that I have. I do not like it. do not like it. I am not a fan of it. Not a fan in the slightest. Reported and seen as having a unique and valuable insight because they were formerly racist. Yeah. Maybe he's a nice guy. I don't really know anything about him, but from what I saw on that stream, it seems like they are Omega debate lords for the sport alone. And I have absolutely no interest in ideology meaning behind it. When Hasan tries to explain stuff, they respond, "Oh, cool. I will use that as a counter in my next debate." I almost can't explain how much I hate people like that. Yeah. But again, Hasan brought me to the position that I am now. Right? And so if Hasan feels as though this is the best way to grow the left, then that's what Hasan feels. He's the person with the platform. He's the person with the audience. He's the person who has to make the call, right? And I'll trust him to make the call, right? But I will also talk about, you know, how I feel frustrated and echo the feeling. Because, like, I mean, we focus a lot on the hater comments, right? But, like, over the past few days, I've gotten a lot of supportive comments from marginalized people, not even just black people, but from marginalized people, right? Who've said, yes, this is the way I feel about the left too. You know what I mean? This is the way I feel about the left too. I've experienced this myself from my own marginalization. Right? And that's why I think it's important. Right? People resonate with the points that I'm making here because they view the left in a similar vein. I'm about to defend its way about the left, not just about Hasan's community. Yeah. It's a wider issue on the left that we should at least be aware of. And right now, we're seeing the people who don't necessarily face that marginalization. Do you think we will have a large BIPOC left creators? Like as large as Hasan? No. I don't believe so. Right? As large as me? Yeah. I think there could be other creators as large as I am. You feel me? Like my goal was never to be like Hasan large. And this is the problem, is that oftentimes like you're viewed from the lens of jealousy if you're like speaking up about systems of oppression. Like black people who are acknowledging the disparity between black leadership in the corporate America are seen as like, oh, you're just mad because you're jealous you're not in leadership right now. You're only talking about the lack of black people in the executive suite, right, the C-suite, because you're jealous it's not you. You feel me? That's what it's always reduced down to. And I'm getting the same thing. You know what I mean? I'm getting the same thing of like, oh, you're just jealous that like Hasan's not promoting you specifically. Like, you're just jealous you're not like as large as Hasan is. Like I am a sizable creator in my own right, chat. Larger than 99% of other creators on the planet. Right? But I can't even talk about the fact that I wish that there were more black voices. Right? I wish that I wasn't the largest black political commentator on the platform. I can't even talk about how I wish that there were more. Or I can't even address the barriers that, you know, stop other people from getting to where I am without being seen as like jealousy or envy or whatever. Is it maybe the way to dismiss valid criticism? Sorry you're dealing with that. I mean, it is what it is. Right? It is what it is. Like, I think part of the thing that like makes big creators or allows big creators to continue to thrive is not allowing stuff like that to get to you. You feel me? This is not just like political creators or even like black creators, right? Hasan deals with like, you know, freaking 10, 20 times this amount of vitriol, right? And it's not allowing that stuff to get to you. You know? But it is an extra layer that I have to deal with because I'm black. You know what I mean? Like literally, Cinna is also literally dealing with this. I literally opened this tweet because it addresses that exact thing, right? Where people are calling Cinna and Ray and Pokey jealous of Kai Cenat or whatever, and wanting handouts from Kai Cenat, and Kai Cenat is so much more popular and successful than they are or whatever. Like diminishing that the work that they actually do, right? Because they're women. Like this is something that all marginalized people, and Kai has also dealt with when he was growing. Right now he's being used for this against other marginalized people, but Kai also dealt with this when he was growing as well. This is something that all marginalized people face in the creator space. Right? When you talk about the disparities in like the top streaming landscape, they say, oh, you're just jealous, you want to get handouts without doing the work. Right? When you talk about disparities and getting into Ivy League colleges for like Black Americans, and it's, oh, you're just jealous that you want to be handed a Ivy League ticket without actually doing the work or whatever. Like that's what it always reduces down to. You know? You did try to say that he was using Turkish sub farms to cheat to 100K. Kai? That's crazy. But yeah. We got legacy admissions? Shh. We don't speak about legacy admissions. Gravity School, I'm about to finish my final semester at a state school. I also went to a state school. Right? But like that's the, and this is why that's why I don't get angry. And to be fair, maybe I will get angry when I watch the Ethan Klein clip. Right? This section. Maybe I will get angry about that, but this is why I get like more angry at like the leftist space for doing those same things in Ethan, because I expect that from Ethan. A lot of left-wingers just need to hear you out because you're being very charitable. Like you aren't trying to cancel or malign anyone. And it's genuinely critique that any left-winger, particularly anyone studying for any form of socialism, should be important to understand and productive criticism. Yeah, but like they're not gonna do that. You know what I mean? And I know they're not gonna do that. Like they're not gonna hear me out. You feel me? This is like, that's part of my critique. I don't get the benefit of the doubt in the same way that Dean does. Right? I don't get the benefit of charitability in the same way that like formerly racist white kids do. As people to read, now they'd rather just yell and say he's jealous. Yeah. So again, this makes them uncomfortable. Right? Makes them uncomfortable. And it's crazy. Again, the insinuation that Hasan would like disagree with my analysis is crazy because he agreed to it when FD Signifier was on his stream and said the exact same thing. Right? And I keep playing this over and over again.
And converse with you like that combined with,
you know what I mean?
And that's why I fucked up.
That's how I think about it, which is why I have a barometer for that where I'm like could I explain this to like a normal relative?
So I'm starting to make, like, I made my first Hollywood friend, my first real friend outside of YouTube. No, you're my first white friend. And so I'm like, okay, because I was supposed to do an anti-insert person's name here, I'm not gonna say, video when I hit 500K, and then when I got to like 300K, I started thinking about, well, if I ever want to do anything in entertainment outside of YouTube, I maybe shouldn't talk shit about people that I'm gonna like need to contract me for writing or some shit. So like I'm working on I'm working on redeveloping. I'm chilling the fuck out. So we're gonna.
It's always good.
Always smart.
You also have to remember, like, you have an audience of very different
it's a little
people,
bit later.
and like always like yeah.
Up and that's where I'm getting cocky because I have I started out, my first handful of videos go viral and I'm just pure black white racist, but because it was like
it's part of the frustration that this type of guy, often former racist 4chan, who is entitled to be led into the left, goes on to make themselves the kind of important voice for simply being that specific guy. Yes, I described that pretty consistently over the last few days, but yeah, that's the issue. That's the problem. Yeah. And that, like, they are the guy who can then make other people less racist or less, whatever phobic, because they used to be that person. And they are uniquely qualified to do so because of their past over the marginalized people themselves. Right? Yeah, they are the race whisperers. They used to be racist, so they know the secret cheat code, right? They know the padlock code to the racist factory. You feel me? So they must be the voice to speak to former racists instead of black people. Black people could never. Black people can never, ever, in the life of ever, or the history of ever, speak to racist people and change their minds. It must be somebody who was formerly racist. Right? We as black people must wait for the first white person to stop being racist so that they can then talk to other racist white people and change their minds. True. As he said incredibly clearly, not difficult to understand, but like Sean says, he doesn't get the benefit of charitability, or just taking 2 seconds to think about it before this point before getting defensive. Yeah, again, it's because I'm black. Like, no meme, no joke. Right? It's very easy to see a black person saying this take and just put them in the box of like, oh, you're just jealous. This is jealousy. Right? Instead of giving it like a level of forethought.
Going to, I feel tokenized, right? I was like, I'm getting a lot of not just because of like, obviously being a black supremacist, but because an anti-white racist, but because it was like they're going to, I feel tokenized, right? I was like, I'm getting a lot of messages and emails and questions asking me about racism that I've been like, like maybe 15 years ago I may have answered that question for you. Right now I'm just about to play mad. I'm not about to explain this to you again. Watch my video again or some shit like that, right? And then I started getting money. And then I really felt uncomfortable because now I'm in are you familiar with the movie Bamboozled?
No.
Okay. Well, long story short, now I'm in a space where I know I am selling my blackness.
Yeah.
There's an element like what Lil Durk just did.
I didn't say it.
I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, he just offered his clout and street cred to Lil Mabu.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. And so like white people in America will pay for access to blackness in certain.
And this is something that I didn't even talk about and I didn't even get to. I'll let him finish first.
Elements, and not all of it, just like a certain packaged, commodified version.
And it's not even always, in my opinion, it's not even always like ill intent.
No, they're just fucking excited.
Yeah, they want to learn, they want to understand, and I think that's where it comes from too. I think the reason why I get criticized a lot about like, oh, he's too comfortable speaking on certain issues that he knows nothing about, is because I think that there is like a stereotype of like a person who speaks on social justice who definitely does say shit that's like completely out of pocket or has like legitimate disagreements that are born out of like implicit biases or or being socially developed into white supremacist fundamentals. So I think that's why like a lot of people go, oh, he's doing that. Whenever I like say something.
So there's that, but like again, is I made the joke about being like the first black person on the show, which I'm sure.
Yeah, before we get to that, I want to pause on that briefly and just say that Hasan is essentially talking about the concept that I also described the last 4 days, right? In that there's this stereotype of like the white person who talks about black issues, and sometimes they get too comfortable and they may say some things that they are not supposed to say because they're comfortable in their whiteness. They usually have to speak on behalf of black people. Like, Hasan is saying that, and this is exactly what I've been describing, right? Which is like that person needs to be, you know, further educated in their blackness, right? That person needs to be, or in their whiteness, not their blackness. That person needs or is not done learning yet if they're out here and they're doing stuff like that. You feel me? And that's my point. Is that before they become like the voice for the left, ensuring that they've worked out their implicit biases in the first place, right? And they understand why their racist past or whatever was incorrect, then speaking for the left is kind of important.
Not, but now that you've been christened okay by the king of the blacks, I need not be the last black leftist that not maybe comes to the house, but like, well, you've actually done a couple of think piece. Shout out Think Piece Tribe. You've actually reacted to his stuff a couple of times. But it's also dangerous because when you reacted to T1J's joint positively, the fans still ran through.
Yeah.
But either way, as you do that more, one, it will be just generally good because I don't like. It is just not good to be such a prominent voice. I'm talking about myself. It's not good that I'm such a prominent black voice in this space right now. It's not good for me personally, just my like health and like the way I carry that type of responsibility. But also we need, Lil Bill. We need, Khadijah Mbo. We need Cat Black, like to kill two birds. You get to hash out issues about trans issues and black issues at the same time. We need. Shout out to Overthrow, who wants to come up and converse with you. Like that combined with what you already do is not just like gonna shield you, but it's also the best way to do it because now the take is refined by the explicit discourse of a person who's actually in the spot.
He's describing exactly what I spent the last 4 days describing. Right? Is that when you are a prominent voice and you're speaking about like black issues, right? Listening to the black people who have a lived experience in those issues is imperative. It's important, right? And not saying Hasan doesn't do that. Hasan does do that, right? Which is why, again, my critique was not specifically about Hasan. It was about the wider left in general, right? But the point is that promoting the voices of the people who are affected by the systems that you are speaking about is necessary. It's important. It's imperative, right? So when I say that I don't like that formerly racist white liberals become the voices of the left in front of the people that FD just mentioned here, that's what I'm talking about. And people get mad at me, right? And I think FD gets a lot of leeway on this, even from chat here, because FD is a larger creator than I am, right? He doesn't get hit with the same jealousy point, even though it's the exact same point, right? Even though it's the exact same point, he doesn't get hit with the same jealousy point that I get hit with, because I'm a smaller creator. We're talking about here, Ding gets 1 million views on TikTok, gets a big platform. It's just a different one. It's not the same thing as platforming ascendant streamers the size. Dean isn't even a leftist. You're describing my point, chatter. Dean is not a leftist. He's a formerly racist liberal debate bro.
She's my African princess.
Right?
Xlil0
And I do not like
just
that Dean is seen as a voice for the left, or he's being promoted as a voice for the left, as like in lieu of like the actual marginalized people. Right? Again, it's not even just Dean. It's anybody who's like a formerly racist person who wants to speak about like black issues. Right? I don't like the fact that any of them exist as a voice in lieu of the black people themselves. Right? In my ideal perfect world, black people would be able to speak about their issues and people would listen. That's it. Showing the clip of a song reacting to the TikTok he did with Dean. You'll see chatter saying base Dean is the best. Like he's so right. Like every 5 seconds. I don't even know if I have the link. I disagree with you, but 20 years is terribly young. I don't blame him for being uneducated. Then he should not be the fucking leader of the movement. You know, he shouldn't have a bullhorn in the movement. If 20 years is so young and you can still grow and change and like, you know, it is an allowance for a level of racism, then you sit down and listen. You don't become a voice for the left. You're not promoted as a voice for the left. That's it. Right? He is young and he should grow and he should change and he should, like, you know, come around to leftist positions. Right? But Dean has the audience that he has because, again, he was willing to sell out the communities that he claims to care about for, like, writing for Kamala Harris or whatever. That's why he has a large audience. And so now that he's a white kid who talked about, you know, being racist in the past, and he gets an audience because of that, and selling out these communities to, you know, promote Kamala Harris or whatever, and Joe Biden. And because of that, he has an audience. Now we have to respect him because of the audience that he has. Like it's just like, again, self-fulfilling prophecy. Gosh, you no longer say stars. Here's 3 to 10K per video. To be fair, that's comes from the DNC. They don't really care if he says stars or not. Wait, let me play this.
Best way to do it, because now the take is refined by the explicit discourse of a person who's actually in the spot. You know, like I haven't made a video about, I'm probably gonna make my first overt trans issues video later this year. And I've already got like people I'm gonna talk to for it. And the reason why I made a video about Dave Chappelle and I put several trans women in it, but I made that because I really want to talk about Dave Chappelle, right? And so I was like, all right, we can do this and it's cool. But when I get to like an explicit trans women video, I could easily make 5 of those videos. They're all hit 500,000 views within a month. I'll make all the money and I'll be the greatest ally in the world because of how shitty the reality is for trans women. But if I do that without bringing Soul Buddy on to have a conversation, right, who's a small creator, or bringing like a Jesse Gender, and of course maybe I'll talk to, you know, a bigger trans creator, then I've kind of, it's the fucked up part about this job is you're still in an attention economy. And so when I'm bringing attention to myself to address someone else's issues, I have to share some of that
What do they say, Katie? Is it worth checking? Am I curious?
That is like, that's personal capital. That's like, you know, clout. I have to share that with those folks enough. Shit. At least me personally. The whole reason Cornbread Tube was a thing is I was like, y'all not about to give me all this fucking money to talk to these white people, and I'm not gonna put other niggas on. Like I can't not do the way I'm
like. That's the point, right? This is the overarching point, right? When you are speaking about black issues, it's important to. This shut up and listen attitude doesn't work here. Oh, you can ban them permanently, honestly. Shut up can just only shut up and listen. You feel me? Go ahead and hit that perma. You can put in an unban request, and then maybe I'll listen to you. Maybe. But like that's the point, right? The point is is that, and Ethy's going to describe here, we live in an attention economy, and it's already difficult. Oh, I even be here if you're going to listen to yap, and that's it. People are projecting onto my take what they want to complain about. That's really it, right? But the point is, we live in an attention economy, and it's difficult already for marginalized people to grow. Difficult for women to grow, different for trans people to grow, different for black people to grow, especially in a political space, right? And so the point is that if you're going to speak about black issues, right, and you actually want to be an ally, you feel me? Because this is the thing, Dean is positioning himself as an ally. He's positioning himself as an ally to black people, as a formerly racist person, and you actually want to be an ally, right? It is imperative for you to, when talking about black issues, at least understand the black experience, right? At least, speak to, trying to talk to or listen to other black people as well. Like last year, I was talking about VTuber drama, and I had Doodleburb call in talking about VTubers, because Doodleburb is a VTuber. They know about VTuber culture, and they called in to tell me about what was happening with VTubers. I'm not a VTuber. I'm not familiar with VTuber culture, right? So anything that I can talk about when it comes to black VTubers and how they're treated, it makes sense for me to talk to a black VTuber to get their thought process on it, to get their lived experience on it, how they experience the things that I'm talking about, right? It's even more relevant with Dean, because debate lawyers think that they are marginalized POV and they are only a talk or debate with the opposite side. Yeah. I think your point, a part of anyone's media diet should include diverse perspectives. I think your point is logical to approach almost finding the truth. It's a logical approach to almost finding the truth. If you want to learn how to be a formerly racist, you want to learn how to be a formerly racist and get into allyship, look at iDubbbz. He said the N-word more than anyone online. Okay, maybe not more than anyone online. I think Ethan probably said it more. And he has apologized and owned up to it in his racist past, and you know why black people are fine with him now. He's shut the fuck up and listen at every step. Yeah. People being purposely autistic about it. Like, if people like Dean were leftists, of course there would be a place for them, even have a voice. They shouldn't be the only voices and shouldn't be uplifted above the actual people going through it. Exactly.
I'm built where I'm from. Maybe it's because I'm old and I don't get what I was supposed to do. But like other motherfuckers, and you've done that, right? Like,
I mean, I try to, but it's oftentimes just usually it's laziness. Like, if something is in within proximity, then like I'll definitely do it. But if it's not, if it's out of reach, like I don't really usually go out of my way.
And this is again Hasan acknowledging that it's important. It's an important thing to do, and that obviously he doesn't do it because of laziness. And again, I want to point out that Hasan does do it with me. He shouts me out, he puts me on, and I genuinely respect him doing so. Right? Could he be doing more? Obviously, we all could be doing more. Right? We all could be doing more. Which is why, again, the video is not specifically about Hasan. It's about the wider trends on the left. Right? I just use Hasan because that's how you guys can relate to. I'm not a fan of Hasan engaging with snakes like Dean. I can't pinpoint it, but it's one of the shittiest things to act dumb and watch the content nuke to know why live, while you can do it in your own free time if he's really sincere. I mean, he's not sincere. He's trying to deplatform Hasan, and I don't think Hasan knows that being a mega charitable guy doesn't work here. Everyone and their mamas heard about how unhinged Ethan is. No, Hasan knows. He knows. I think Hasan knew with Hasan knew with Asmon. I think he was aware with Ethan. Even if he didn't know the intricacies of how Ethan was going about it, right? Hasan's not dumb. Hasan knows. Hasan's point is that regardless, leftist outreach, reaching out to an audience that's not specifically leftist and changing their minds to bring them in, is what his role is. Right? That's why he does what he does. And I get it. I totally understand. right? That doesn't change how I feel about Dean. Doesn't change how I feel about Ethan. Doesn't change how I feel about Asmin. It doesn't change how what I think should happen, right? Hasan is the top dog. He's the person with the platform. He's the person who needs to make the decisions on how he expects the left to grow with his large audience. Hasan's gonna do what Hasan's gonna do. I said it for the last 4 days. Hasan's going to do what Hasan is going to do. You feel me? We can understand that while also analyzing the wider way this specific topic impacts the wider left as well, especially from a black perspective, because that's what I'm here for. Being able to convert a single person in Ethan's audience is still a W, even if Ethan won't change, himself won't change. And if you believe that that's the case, again, I'm not fully there, you know what I mean? I don't necessarily agree. That's what Hasan believes, and that's fine. We don't have to agree on every like intricate detail of like leftist growth or whatever. But at least I understand. I understand that. I mean, Ethan has lost a lot of converts. I mean, true, but again, I still think that there's like there's a point. Again, I think that we wouldn't be in the situation in the first place if originally we actually held Ethan to the standard of like actually demonstrating growth and change. You know what I mean? Instead of reinforcing his bad behavior. Right? It's like that one Homelander meme.
All right.
Like that. If you watch The Boys, you know what's going on here. Right? But like doing something and then being reinforced by it, you're like, all right, I can, yeah, I like this. Yeah, that's what it is. So when Ethan has not demonstrated his actual ability to change, but he was getting hostile Ethan, he's like, all right, yeah. And now he doesn't need to change because he's been reinforced by it. You know, he's been reinforced by it. Asmin too. Asmin's a little bit different because he's being reinforced by Nazis. Right? Ethan was being reinforced by leftists. Is that how the world works? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You can just say that's not how the world works and leave it at that. Full sentences, chatter. Like he's way worse than he now than he was. Yeah. People often view this as some type of missionary thing that we have to consistently coerce people into our side rather than being open and honest and centering how you ground yourself in reality to get the correct result. People want proof because they are skeptical, and that's what sustains people more than just pandering to their emotions. The problem is chat thinks that they should act similar to Hasan, but Hasan has a purpose and chat shouldn't have the same purpose and attitude. Exactly. Exactly. Like I will defend, and I have defended Hasan's purpose to my chat. When people say that he shouldn't talk to Asmin or shouldn't talk to Ethan, I have defended Hasan by saying I understand what he's doing here, even if I personally don't agree with it, right? But chat has no reason to be pro Ethan. Right? And this is a problem with like a hive mind mentality. Chat will hear Hasan say something, and instead of doing their own critical analysis of a thing, they're like, oh, Hasan says Ethan's good, Ethan must be good. Right? Instead of like, Hasan says that he's doing outreach to Ethan's audience. I don't like Ethan, but, you know, Hasan can cook on that. But I'm not going to like the run defense for Ethan. But that's the problem. In October, November, December of 2023, people were running defense for Ethan. Running defense for him. Thank you for the prime. Like, you're not Hasan. You're not converting Ethan's audience. I'm sorry. What are we doing here? You don't have to run defense for Ethan. What are we doing here? It feels like E was able to effectively launder his true racist opinions for years, but it has come to a head in the last year. He didn't care anymore. He's unable to stop crashing out all day, every day. But like, no, because this is not necessarily true. Because I was specifically saying Ethan has not demonstrated that he's changed. You know what I mean? I remember saying it while leftovers were still going on, even before the final discussion. I said Ethan has not demonstrated that he has changed. He hasn't. At no point has he demonstrated he's changed, right? But people were defending Ethan because Hasan was being charitable to Ethan. I don't run defense for anyone, but you guys, I don't know what's new. Leftist or ally you bring on. If I don't know them or did research on them, I don't give them complete charitability. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Ethan still thinks Hasan is like the architect of his downfall with Snark because Hasan used a bunch of shit for defending Ethan. Yeah. Hasan's honestly way more charitable than his chat. Mob mentality is crazy and everyone thinks that they're immature. Chat's a hive mind, right? There are people who are not charitable in the chat, but if Hasan says, you know, be nice to Ethan, they're going to be nice to Ethan. Well, a lot of people loved H3 back in the day, including me included, so they were all very charitable with Ethan, even without Hasan, which is crazy because Ethan was a racist, right? I was never charitable to Ethan because, like, you know what I mean? And so when people who were directly affected by his bigotry were like, hey, this guy has not properly apologized. Like, imagine like you're in a club and some dude just punches you in the face, right? The bouncers take him out and then he comes back in and everybody's like, yo, welcome back, Johnny. And I'm like, hold on. Where's my apology at? And they're like, stop being so purity testing, okay? He's not punching you in the face anymore, is he? Right? He stopped punching you in the face. Everybody, let's party, right? And then it turns around that he punches somebody else in the face, and then people are surprised. People are surprised. He was a face puncher back then, and guess what? He's a face puncher now because he has not demonstrated that he's even has remorse for punching people in the face. He's not demonstrated that he has stopped punching people in the face. He just keeps punching people in the face. That's my take. The left, we are so open and people changing and growing, but you don't know what that means. All the people who are like in the freaking the subreddit who are criticizing me saying that I don't want people to change, you do not know what change means. You do not know what atonement means. You just take somebody stop being racist as them changing instead of somebody actively learning why their racism was bad and working against it in the future. Ethan was never not racist. You feel me? Or he never like stopped being racist specifically. Or he was never anti-racist, excuse me. He just stopped being outwardly racist. He just stopped saying the N-word. Did he understand why the N-word was bad? No. He just says it's regrettable. Right? It's regrettable. And he probably wouldn't do it again. And that's it. Oh. When the Hubbard thing happened, I wrote a super reasonable post on H3 Reddit being sympathetic to Ethan, but that he's lashing out in unhelpful ways and I got banned for it. I mean, yeah, they banned for just sneezing the wrong direction. It's tribal mentality that our village elder is interacting with them, so they have to be chill, but also doesn't really help that Hasan was telling chatters that Ethan was a Zionist / most progressive during the early months of the genocide out of unawareness when Ethan was actually saying, to be fair. But that's the problem, is that like, I understand that Hasan is not going to know what Ethan is doing. So just, if you just have your own mind for a second, right? If you like, as a chatter, formulate your own thoughts with which you should be doing, by the way. You should listen to whatever somebody, the media source is saying, internalizing it, coming to your own conclusions and coming to your own thoughts on it. You should not take any of it at face value, right? Then you would understand that, like, understanding like Hasan has a specific role in what he's doing, and maybe what's best for him is not what's best for me specifically. I'm kind of surprised by Ethan's turn because I remember him running defense for PewDiePie. He was running defense for PewDiePie, being like doing like Nazi salutes and stuff. So Ethan's defense of like, oh, I can do it because I'm Jewish. I wonder what his defense for PewDiePie was. Claiming display after Ethan sent his rabid fans after some random dude on Insta is next level. You tell them that you don't care. If it's not doxing, it's still wrong and hateful, and then they shut you down. Yeah. But we'll get that in a second. I still have to get through this. After we finish this, we'll get to this one.
Many circumstances, but then also the other is like, I do have a lot of fucking freaks in here. Like there's a lot of
it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, because I don't want like random smaller content creators to like get the ire of like
content creator. Has been posting videos about his under ass cheeks. I mean, Paige followed me here. Like, I don't think she's chatted, but like she did follow when I was talking about Ethan one day. First part about Hasan's working with Ethan on Leftovers is how it whitewashed Ethan's image without him earning it. It's more annoying how Ethan's language changed just by being around Hasan. He actually thought it was smart debating Fresh and Fit. Yeah. Like, I would have liked to have seen, because if Ethan Klein has actually demonstrated growth, I have no problem with like Hasan talking to him and pulling him further to the left, right? He just has not demonstrated that. He hasn't. I still don't think he should be a voice for the left. Like, we should not listen, like, look at Ethan as a person, like a person who to speak about racism, you know? We shouldn't do it. But like, he has not demonstrated that he had actually changed, and he's being rewarded for like not changing essentially. And now we're surprised that he's like still like this.
One, collaborating with me because like you're big enough that it doesn't really matter, and you have your own like base of haters as well. Some of it's shared, I suspect, but like if I'm bringing on like a random person, if I'm bringing on a random content creator, I worry that like they're gonna get fucking ripped apart. Like, Nick is not green is what I was thinking of. He's pretty big on his own. He's pretty sizable on his own, right? Like, and the first time he ever got like straight up fucking eviscerated on Twitter was after he came onto this broadcast, and we like reacted to funny TikToks, and like the most insane fandoms got together to be like, these two fucking pieces of shit, people that hate streamers, people that love, J-pop and want to be idols themselves, and like, even though they're Westoids, people that fucking Nazis, groypers, lolly fans, like any and every community that I've had something to say about basically got together and were fucking destroying this dude. Now, he's also large enough that it's not the biggest issue, but I don't want to fucking put that on. And he's like,
did you get any hate after your appearance? Well, yes, but like not from the people you would have expected, honestly. Not from the people you would have expected. It wasn't a lot. Oh, there were a couple of black accounts on like TikTok who were like, "How dare you let this white man wear a do-rag?" Was it nice bathroom? It was not nice bathroom. How did that make you feel? What are you, my therapist? What are you, my therapist? I'm in social work? Yeah, I could tell by your freaking question. How was your childhood, Sean? Anyway, this portion of the stream is sponsored by BetterHelp. You can use BetterHelp code BLACKPeople for 20% off. Or code IDF for 50% off.
I guess Nick
Is Nick white?
I don't think he's. I mean, he's like
I gotta
white
figure out if I
passing,
like him or
kind of. I don't know.
Pretty funny. He said, "Is Nick white? I gotta figure out if I like him or not." That's so funny.
I don't know what he is, but I don't give a shit. But regardless, he's like, he's.
Sorry.
No, I just like legitimately don't know. I think he's Filipino, maybe. He might be.
That
Like
was a
Filipino,
crazy thing for FD to say. FD shit story, yeah, but that's all good.
Yeah, he's spicy white. So, but regardless, like he also didn't have like open avenues of attack, like being black, for example, or being trans, or being a woman, or being lesbian, gay, ace, that sort of thing. So it was like,
that's one thing I'm scared of with this. Like I popped up with Jesse Gender on the stream.
It's pretty telling that Ethan didn't learn anything from what he said. Like, what more do you want from me? I said everything you guys want to hear. Like when he was pro-Palestine, he was talking about being pro-Palestine. You can't just say the correct points and then throw other leftists under the bus and then try to push back when you say pro-Israel stuff. You clearly don't care about the truth. If you only want people to clap for you to bear the minimum, yeah. I mean, yeah. We forgive Hasan if he puts on the China Black do-rag on ideology. True. Just Dragon Ball do-rags. On ideology.shop, it's coming, confirmed. I think we got what I needed to say from this. Tay Zonde was in here. Anyway, so that's all freaking preamble. Mostly because I'm avoiding seeing this because I feel like it is going to make me mad. But everybody, let's take a deep breath. One more. I will not get mad at this. We're here to be mad together. I will not get mad at this. Let's continue. Have you seen it yet? No. I'm already over it. I haven't even played a single second of it yet. That's pretty funny. I'm a doob, but I have the same issue with male feminists online. They have zero knowledge on the subject and say nothing but repeat things that other women have said while having a larger audience than actual well-read feminists. They should either just shut up and listen or just reach out to a male audience instead of just occupying female spaces.
Sean
Yeah.
the Black says, she's my African princess.
Maggie Pie 411 just subscribed.
Maggie Pie, thank you for the 5-month subscription. I've been arguing with Redditors from bed about this instead of getting up for the last hours. You don't have to argue on my behalf, chat. Because I'm not going to see it. I only see it when y'all send it to me. Or y'all put it into the Discord or something. That's it. And I only know that this happened because somebody added me on Twitter saying, I feel like you're going to get a lot of haters soon. On my behalf, I just Ethan's nonsense. I love my doob allies in chat. True. The amount of male feminists or white leftists on TikTok who have been saying the bare minimum getting exposed for being creeps. This was actually a huge thing, which I think is another reason why I just like, I'm not a fan of this. Because I remember being in the political leftist TikTok space in 2020. And like, there were being a lot of male feminists and male leftists getting exposed for like just being weird sex pests and stuff. You know, like specifically sex pests, but like just being weird around women pretty consistently. I remember it happening. And there was one person whose name was, let me see if I can say his name. I don't know if he's still a creator now or because I think he left. But he reminds me of these TikTok debate bros. Let me see. Here. This is going to give you an aneurysm, chat. This is going to give you an aneurysm.
Even, I believe.
Okay, let me explain. This is Nick Videos. He's a right-wing creator. He sucks. This is Political MJ. He's a left-wing creator. This is a debate panel that's going on. This is Finn, who's like a very beloved TikTok person or whatever. Left-wing. Evan from the post-left anarchy hype house. And Kai Clips, who's a fascist. Right? TikTok debate channel. Like, this is what Dean does, by the way. Right? And I think I'm so hard on Dean because I know his type. I was in this space. Right? I was in group chats with these people. Right? I was in group accounts with these people. I was in this space. And they suck. Right? Political MJ specifically is somebody that, let me see if I can click on this account. Okay, the account doesn't even work anymore because this account got deleted. But essentially, this was December 2020, by the way. Essentially, Political MJ got exposed for like not being a fake feminist, but I think, oh, okay, here's what happened. Okay, let me explain from the top. Make it drop. Let me explain. There was a conservative creator on TikTok by the name of Rihanna's son. This is her.
Cultural appropriation.
There was a TikTok creator by the name of Rihanna's son. I find it so hard to keep up with TikTok leftists because like every month some other name I don't know is making the rounds. I should move fast. It does move fast. Right? Those people who are on political TikTok in 2020, you know where this is going. Essentially, what happened? She's like a huge conservative person. Like,
A trend I've noticed from the left is that you guys hate individualism.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Resenting the rich or hate.
Like, this was her whole thing. I'm trying to find her conservative videos. Now she's dressing up as Elsa.
It's always the most freezing, rainy days that I have to play Elsa and then say to the concerned moms, well, the cold never bothered me anyway. But it does, you guys. It does.
She stopped doing politics. No, in Christian Walker we trust. She doesn't get any views anymore. But essentially, she's a huge conservative account on her other account. And she made a video dancing to some song. And I don't remember what the song was.
If you're liberal, stop scrolling.
But she made a video dancing to some song. Fetty Wap? No, I don't think it was Fetty Wap. But essentially, it was like kind of like thirst trappy. And essentially what happened is a lot of like leftist men on TikTok got into her replies and were thirsting after her in her replies. Essentially, that's basically what happened. And then they all got canceled for it. People went through and started screenshotting accounts, screen recording accounts, being like, oh, these male feminists who care about women's, rights and liberation, thirsting over a conservative woman, just because they find her attractive or whatever. And one of those people were political MJ. Right? And so what happened is that I think political MJ also got exposed for other things as well. And so essentially what happened was that he was, I don't say forced, but he gave his account to two black women as recompense, to repent. And they just used his account. And then he left the internet. And that's basically what happened. This space was messy, chat. This space was messy. It was messy. Kind of a weird way to apologize. Kind of a weird kind of apology. Yeah. But it's happened to a lot of other people who got exposed for this, and like, there's a whole bunch of stuff, honestly. Is that some liberal thing? I don't even know, bro. I wasn't thirsting over her, so I kept my account. You know what I mean? My account's chilling. I'm looking for, see if I can find a video from the time.
Of people left and right of TikTok. Everybody on TikTok just has such a juvenile sense of morality where they believe if somebody is them, they are justified and should.
Sorry, I made a video about Kai clips. I just want to see if I can find it. But yeah, I mean, that was funny. That's funny. Anyway, I'm stalling. Okay, to be fair, I'm stalling. Let's get to the Ethan Klein section. Let's see what he has to say. Give it to me. Adeki Meat, thank you for the 3 months. Aiko Zombie, thank you for the Prime. Bunny King, thank you for the Prime. Nuai, thank you for the tier 1. Gamma Girl, thank you for the tier 1. Xavier Sloth Free Palestine, thank you for the 14 months. Logic Bear, thank you for the Prime as well. I think that's all of them. Hall How, thank you for the Prime as well. All right.
Play it, Zach. Some kind of war music at least. We'll work on. Okay, nice. We threw something together. This way I can talk about Hasan, any of this drama bullshit. Oh, sorry, anti-Semitism drama. Sorry, I'm okay. I'm just being silly.
Does it feel like this just doesn't hit as hard now? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like giving 4 days, not talking about Ethan, and talking about things that I think actually are important and that actually matter, and then getting to like going back to this, it just feels like he's going at it for like 6 months, like over 6 months, like over like a year. It just feels like, you know, I paid myself even for watching this.
I entered the war room at the end. We had a whole non-involved episode. If you don't want it, now's the time to leave. No complaining. We are in the war room. I will field no complaints on the war room.
I do think that it's just kind of like the writing on the wall. Like, I guess they realized that, like, hey, maybe we're not getting a lot more views, or a lot of the same views that we used to get, and people will stop caring about our show because we keep talking about Hasan. So I guess they still have a Hasan portion of the broadcast, but you guys can't complain about me talking about Hasan because I do this whole other section, right? Is it true that you had to hire an actor to be a rabbi? I don't know. You guys know more than I do.
We have done a full episode. I have a few things to say. We were watching this dude, Dean. Did we watch that on this show?
I believe so.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, on Wednesday.
How Hasan jumped into his chat at like 1 a.m. like a poltergeist or like a Beetlejuice.
I mean, one thing I didn't realize when you guys were talking about it is how quickly he jumped on that call.
Dude, literally like Beetlejuice. Like they said his name and he and I love how he goes, I was just browsing my TikTok feed and then I heard my name randomly. It's like, does anyone believe that? Anyone? Come on.
Wait, so what does he think happened then? Does he think that like they texted Hasan to come on the live stream? Like what's the alternative to like Hasan scrolling, hearing his name, and then joining the live? Hasan lied? But like what's the alternative? He thinks Hasan has a spidey sense. I mean, okay, maybe. His mods told him, you see. But like he said that like immediately as soon as they started talking about him, he jumped on the podcast or on the live stream. So like I don't know I don't know. Does it matter? Ethan stays on Twitter searching his name? Probably not, but like I just don't understand the alternative of like what they're getting mad at. I think Hasan obsessively searches himself on TikTok or something. So they think that Hasan was like in a bout of obsessively searching himself on TikTok, happened to find the live stream and immediately joined it as soon as they start talking about him. But like that also doesn't, I mean, sure. Okay, I agree. You know, yeah. How dare he?
For a Foudy ain't buying it. Nope. So in this conversation, I went on to watch the whole thing. And Hasan goes on to tell them he's not a communist. Doing exactly what
he's not a communist. He's a socialist. There's a difference between the two. Does he not? He said that he doesn't like have a problem with communism. He said this to Ethan. He said that he doesn't have a problem with communism, but like he's not a communist himself. He thinks that social democracy in the short term, right, in the interim, to socialism in the long term is what he believes. So segment relies on Ethan not knowing the difference. I mean, okay, fair.
I said he does in the content nuke. That he goes into these liberal, social democratic spaces and LARPs like he's one of them, when in actuality, he's a radical that's looking to funnel their fans through radicalization. He literally said this verbatim. And so, Dean, if you watch it, you'll see. I just want two things. I just want to say this to you, Dean. I'm not gonna appear in your TikTok chat at 3 a.m. I want to send you this one message that I hope you'll see. That
I hate it.
This clip right here.
Oh, it's me. And I will say, you know what? I changed my mind. If Ethan Klein is anti-Hasan talking to Dean, I'm pro Hasan talking to Dean. All right, my mind has been changed. I told you, chat, I am not above changing my mind. If Ethan Klein is against it, I am 100% for it. I'm for it. Hasan, you have my blessing. You've been blessed. You've been blessed. If it's bad for Ethan, it's good for me. Real hater energy, I love it. I hate Ethan more than I hate Dean. I've been saying this, right? I'm not a fan of Dean. I'm not a fan of liberal TikTokers or whatever. I hate these people. Were you against it initially? Do I have to relitigate this every single time somebody new comes in chat and asks me this question? Yes. I do not like that the voice speaking about black issues are formerly racist white teens. I would rather black people be the voice on the left talking about black issues or whatever, or being the voice to convert formerly racist people than formerly racist white teens. Number one. Number two, I don't like the fact that liberal DNC show, Biden dead ender, Kamala Harris supporting TikTokers who profited and got all these opportunities from, defending genocide and defending draconian border policies and defending neutered down Republican policies in general are now being rewarded by the left after losing the election. Right? I said it in my freaking long form Kamala Harris video. It's an hour long, so you don't have to go watch it, right? But I said it there as well, right? I don't want these people to have jobs in like politics. They don't deserve it. Right? Like, and this doesn't just go for liberal TikTokers. This goes for the entire infrastructure of the DNC. I don't think Jamie Harrison can leave the DNC chair position and become a lobbyist and profit off of that. That should not be the case. That should not be allowed. That is disgusting and that is gross, right? Liberals profit off of losing. They don't hold in positions because whether or not they win or they lose, they still win. They win the election, they're in power, and they do nothing with that power. They lose the election, oh, we tried our best. You know, donate to us, please, so we can win next time. Or I'm going to get to my new cushy lobbyist job. They never have to actually hold any consistent ideology, right? It's just, you know, it ebbs and flows to whatever makes them money at the time. And I do not like that. I am not a fan of that. I am against that. Your ideas have done nothing to stop far right politics. They have nothing. They have had nothing. They have not stopped the hateful bigotry against minorities nor anything. Yeah. They just say, let's keep the status quo. Exactly. That's why we need to be gearing up right now to either primary or encourage others to primary them. I mean, yeah, no, I completely agree. I'll talk about it consistently, right? And chatters who've been here would know this, that 70% of elections in this country are uncontested, right? We need to start flipping seats, not just in Congress, you know what I mean? Not just in the House, not just in the Senate. We need low level, we start flipping seats, every seat from the Democrats, because they don't deserve it. Because once we start building local power, once we start building power in our local communities, that will inevitably travel upwards, bottom up. And I talk about that consistently. You know who doesn't talk about that consistently? These gosh darn liberal TikTokers. They move on to like debating Trump supporters until 4 years later when they come back and say, nah, vote for the Democrats again. Does that make sense? Chat? I think I can buy primary Rokana. I'm not asking you to primary Rokana. I'm asking you to get involved in your local community and run for a school board position. Run for your city council, right? Get on your state legislature. I'm not asking you to immediately take down incumbent congressional seats. The point is we get bodies to contest the uncontested races, right? We get bodies to contest the uncontested races, and then we get local people elected to garner power so that in 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, right, we have enough power to actively have a second or a third political party outside of the Democrats, an actual progressive party. Right? Oh yeah, of course, outside of that, unionizing your workplaces, joining a tenant union, organizing outside of like the electoral politics system. You know exactly where their hearts are when they start acting like we deserve the punishment for Trump and not voting Kamala, etc. It's a sports game to them and nothing more. Yeah. So website run for something that actually shows you stuff in your area and will help you. Sure. I'm gonna leave my opinions on run for something on my own. They're fine. They're chill. I attended a local government meeting where a college paper lasted 4 hours and the chairs droned and argued for so long. That's why when there's excitement withered so fast, I get why people don't want to go local government meetings.
64 Danny 209 just subscribed.
Jeez Louise. Yeah, but somebody has to do it. You know what I mean? Which is why like running for office is different than like attending a local government meeting, right? You don't even have to go to the meetings. What you thinking? Have we considered Stephen A. Smith will save us? He will. Confirmed. Confirmed. 64 Danny, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Remember, rule for local government be annoying. True. I think the most, and I'll get to this video in a second. The most important part about local governance is that a lot of people just don't know what seats are available that they can run for. They don't know what seats are uncontested in their local areas, and they don't know what they do. Right? Like, show of hand, who knows what a comptroller is, chat? One's in the chat if you've ever even heard of a comptroller. Twos if you haven't. Okay, there's a lot of ones. No idea. Person who controls the comps. True. I don't know what it does though. And that's kind of the issue, right? Is that there are positions in governance that your audience is skewing your data. That's fair. You know, this is a political audience. There are positions in governments that people don't know exist or don't know what they do. That, you know, we need to be educating people on so that they are more willing to run for these offices in the first place, so that they can actually contest these uncontested races. You know? That's what we need to focus on. And to be fair, and what I'm working on as well. I talked about it on, before. I'm working on a website that at least gives people information about their local area, what they need to run for each position in the local area, what these things actually do. And so essentially you can see who the incumbents are for the last decade in your local area, what seats are uncontested in your local area, what you need to do to run for those seats, how to fundraise, how to get volunteers, how to door knock, how to cold call, and giving people every tool imaginable to get as easy as possible for them to run for election. When their deadlines are, if they need signatures, how much do they need, things of that nature. And I've been working on that. It's my personal project. I have a gift for you. It is the most deranged thread I've ever seen. Enjoy. I saw this actually. What's on the docket? The other thing about it is running for a seat is that simply as racist white lady can do it for 20 years despite being 9 years old. Any one of us can. If we don't have imposters, then you shouldn't either. Yeah. You think there's a great threat. He doesn't understand why actual leftists want to reach out to other spaces and change people's minds, like how male feminists should be in male spaces instead of in female spaces. The full thread is amazing. I mean, it's correct. W. Trudeau becoming president. But yeah, but you get what I'm saying? Is that people just actually don't know what a lot of the elected officials or the offices in the local area do or are, and don't know that they are uncontested. And we just need to provide people with the information to get them to run for office. Every federal worker got the same 5 bullet points for this last week email. Last night would be a real shame if people emailed hr@opm.gov and hr4@op.gov, opm.gov. I don't even know what that's referring to. I mean, that's what DSA's fault. I don't know why they don't promote that more. They get a lot more notoriety and members joining if they get members in Congress. Nobody cares about like DSA member in the city council at large seat of, you know, Nashville, Tennessee, seat 1 is a DSA member, right? But like AOC, DSA member in Congress, yes, please. Right? Also, it takes money. It takes money and time and resources to focus on local areas, and they would rather put that money towards congressional seats. Because to be fair, that they do have the power to do stuff as well. China was implying mass emailing Doge official email addresses. that were doing the job check-ins. Oh, that just felt kind of random. Anyway, I want to at least get through this chat, at least before freaking the stream is over. We have 10 minutes or 15 minutes. All right, can we breathe? We all breathe in, breathe out. Oh, also thank you for the 25,500 follows, by the way. W. Can we get a dreads reveal? Technically, they're not dreads. Technically, they're finger coils. Yeah, I can take my bonnet off. You closer to 26K? Almost. We're on our way. That's good, thank you. Somebody left a YouTube comment on my YouTube video saying that I have to brush my beard. I'm like, dang, that's crazy. I think my beard looks fine. Did you renew my passport? Need to make a turkey trip pronto? You liking them? Nah. Right now they're just finger coiled up because I have commitment issues. I'm scared if I lock it in, I don't want them to be locked. Like seeing your face is wild. I mean, Chad back to use my voice too. Somebody said I had a zesty voice. A while ago too. Like, you know what I mean? I don't take faceless comments seriously. Now, if a baddie said that, I'm leaving the internet. I'm throwing myself off a cliff. You feel me? But like faceless comments, you know, dime a dozen. Could happen to me personally, to be honest. That's crazy. What's wrong with the zesty voice? Who knows? Hey, no, it wasn't a baddie who said that because they're faceless. A baddie would not hide behind a faceless profile. Baddies would never. So, consider that. You never know who's a baddie. Baddies never hide behind faceless profiles. They let everybody know that they're a baddie. She a baddie with her baddie friends. If you have a face card, you use it. Exactly. And if you don't, you don't. I had to cut the hairstyle on 26. Literally probably going to have to go bald next year. Scalp is nearly showing. I don't know how to help you, chatter. All I know is black hair. And so if you're black, you know, I can maybe help you, but like other than that. Like we literally hit her face for years. What do you mean? Okay, that was like freaking 12 years ago, you know what I mean? Rocky Ray's been on the internet for 12 years. We're in 2025 now. Baddies don't hide anymore. They no longer have to hide.
Hasan will speak for himself.
Yeah, that's the thing. Hasan spends all day trying to like say I'm lying and stuff. I saw you saying you don't have to like, you don't support me because you don't know me. That's totally fine. I get it. You don't have to. And you made a great point. You said, I'm not listening to what Ethan says. I'm listening to what Hasan says. And that's all I have. That's all I ask. I love for you just to sit down and watch this. I'm so confident in this piece of media that I don't need to say anything to you. I just encourage you to watch it. But just if you need any motivation, here's a clip of Hasan telling Dean he's not a communist, juxtaposed with him talking about me, laughing that like, oh, you'll see. He goes, Ethan didn't know I was a communist? Like, give me a fucking break. Back to back. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, I guess where I'm coming from, and I'm coming from someone who used to be a socialist myself for a pretty long time. And I just
and by the way, shout out
Parker. I don't believe Parker, bro. Nah, Parker used to be a socialist. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't, and maybe I'm incorrect on this, I'm wrong on this. I don't think you can go from socialist to not socialist without grifting. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. Maybe because of my experience, when like you learn about socialism and your eyes just kind of open up a little bit, you're like, man, that's crazy. Like, do you just stop believing that like, you know, capitalism is an oppressive system? Like, you just don't believe that anymore? Like, and how did you arrive at that position? Who told you that capitalism was actually super good and great and awesome and amazing? He lost empathy, I guess. I mean, yeah, he must have. Got de-radicalized. What about a stroke causing right-wing shift? That's fair. You get the Fetterman. Quick, you don't go from a higher state of empathy to a lower one. One day you just believe your fellow man deserves less, yeah. So either he wasn't actually a socialist, he doesn't know what socialism is, or he's grifting.
Dean and his friends are pretty fucking slick. I'm just really encouraged to see like young, smart, politically active people that aren't fucking communist socialists. Like liberal democracy, man. Let's get it. Dab me up, brother. This guy, I don't know who's talking, but he's a genius. Listen.
He's a genius. Listen, Parker's cool, and Parker's a smart kid. Right? I'll give him credit. Parker is a fast-talking, smart kid. He's a genius. Okay. Instant glaze. I mean, yeah, because like Ethan is being reinforced, right? He doesn't actually have to have any beliefs. He can just say, "Oh, whatever this guy believes, I believe that," because I like the way he's saying it. You know.
My whole content creation, like creating like leftist and socialist content, is that like a lot of these issues that exist, I think, can be solved with social democracy. And a lot of people say that there's like issues with social democracy.
That's literally what I said to Hasan in our debate.
Yeah, he's also wrong. Like, Ethan, you're identifying with somebody who's like 20 years old. What are we? Yeah, he's also wrong. What are we talking about here? I realize Dean and Parker are different kids. Yeah, they're different. Does it say mental age? Parker could be older. Anybody with any idea could find a second person, I'm sure agrees with them. Yeah. That's a different child. Yeah, that's Parker down here. I don't know why his thing says Matt. This is not Matt. This is Parker. Parker's still more mature. Yeah.
Almost verbatim. What a fucking group. What a group of smart guys. What slick young men we got here. And these, anyway, I'm not going to glaze you up. You know. But if you do stream before 3 a.m., there's a chance. It's just too late for me. If you hit me maybe at 9 a.m. or 9 p.m., I might.
Not only is he wrong, but Hasan's response was the same to Ethan is on TikTok. It's basically all irrelevant and useless analysis. I mean, yeah. TikTok's always gets banned, so he just makes random ones. Who? Ethan? Or Parker's? Parker's accounts always get banned? What does he say? I'd never been banned on TikTok. She and Betty with her buddy friends. Did he post on Instagram at 3 a.m.? That's true. He's always live. Does he not have a job? To be fair, I'm also always live. This is my job. I know TikTok is not paying dividends. If we're being entirely real. Whatever. Doesn't really matter.
slide in.
It starts to corrupt. People start to fight and advocate against it. But I don't think that's a critique.
Might slide in.
What? Sorry.
It starts to corrupt. People start to fight and advocate against it. But I don't think that's a critique against social democracy in of itself. I think that just means that you just need to maintain social democracy in the same type of way like we maintain our democracy.
How? So he's saying that social democracy is super great and awesome and amazing. No, Chad, don't get ahead of it. I want to get to that in a second. He says that social democracy is super awesome and amazing, and it's the best state of and form of governance. But people inevitably fight against it, and so we just have to maintain it. We just have to ensure that it's maintained, and everybody will be happy. Now, how do we do that? Parker, how does one ensure the maintenance of social democracy? Maybe it will require some, it's like, how would that be enforced, if you will? It's violence, chat. The answer is violence. He's advocating for state violence in order to maintain social democracy so that it doesn't slide into socialism. That's it. That's what he's advocating for. Yeah, through vibes. Right? Maybe some form of education, a form of education, maybe. Who knows? Something that Ethan's very much against, right? Is it even social democracy though? Hardly a democracy now. But they're talking about he's talking about his ideal state. For Parker, what he's describing now, he's talking about his ideal state. His ideal state for society is state mandated and enforced social democracy through the use of violence, which is kind of crazy. if you were to ask me, that's a bit wild. That would not be my ideal state of society. Crazy that we can't think of anything better. Yeah, nothing better than that. This is the best we got. I feel like there needs to be organized action to comment on Ethan's videos, pointing out misinformation, like respectful comments. No tone, no malice, just facts. He can't keep telling. I mean, it doesn't matter, Chatter. But I'm not going to read the rest of your message because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He won't watch it. Nobody will watch it. You can put at like North Star Radio, Conrad Casey does it. It doesn't matter because he won't watch those videos either. Like, we can scream into like on our side about how bad Ethan is, that he's never going to engage with them actually being like, actionable critique. He won't have anybody on his stream that actually agrees with him that can actually hold into account. He'll ban people on his subreddit. He's not on Twitter, so he can't be held accountable there. He will close down his comment section. He's chat his members only. That's it. That is it. That is all. Like I'm saying and asking, how do we evolve past the echo chambers? You don't. You can't. He refuses to learn. Maybe making other people aware about what he believes. Maybe outside of that, I don't know.
I live as a capitalist. I live when I believe.
Cranebold Green just subscribed.
They refuses to debate Hasan or Bad Empanada, which he's never been Bad Empanada, being real. If you think about it, Ethan is the bigger coward than these TikTokers he debated. He is like Steven Crowder, who only challenges people who are 1 to 2 years above or below the drinking age. He is bigger than a coward than Drake. At least he put up a fight. We had an H3 fan in the YouTube chat yesterday telling us that we don't know what Zionism is. Like, I gave it the definition of Zionism. They start talking about something else. The audience that is left is willfully ignorant. Yeah.
Well, man, like real social democracy hasn't been tried.
Well, I mean, like we could say that like we don't think that this real certain form has been tried, and I think that's cool.
And socialism has. Social democracy hasn't even been tried. Okay, buddy.
But like my argument would then be is that we'd have to try it on smaller levels to be able to see whether or not it works on a larger form in order to be able to.
Honestly, I do think that it's kind of funny that like they're debating Hasan about the efficacy of social democracy. That is pretty interesting.
Say that like it's actually effective. I don't think we'd be able to say that we should adopt it on some sort of globalized production model if it is the case that we don't have any type of level of actual probabilistic means of demonstrating how likely it is that it's going to be beneficial for workers or for people, because we could actually like hurt some of our concerns, like, oh, quality of life for workers, if we don't take that into account when we're like applying these sorts of systems, if we don't know what the empirical effect is of these different types of theoretical.
I mean, Parker's literally just saying like, because you don't have all the answers of your theoretical society, we should just keep what we have now. And that's what his take is boiled down to, right? Which is why it's not a productive conversation. You feel me? Like this is pure, full-throated debate broism. That's what it is. It's pure debate broism. You know? No materialism, full vibes. It is full vibes. It is full vibes. So, again, not saying that people can't change their minds, not saying that they can't evolve or come to a correct position, right? My take has been consistent. The fact that we look towards these people to, wait, are they all debate bros? Yes. They're either, okay, and I'll explain this. I will give you the character sheet for every one of these people. Parker is the debate bro. He's the political analytical guy. He's like the fast talking, I'm going to overwhelm you with facts, liberal debate guy. That's who Parker is. Chris Mowry is like Harry Sisson's sidekick. So you have Harry Sisson and Chris Mowry. Chris is Harry's sidekick, and they're both the DNC shells, right? They have no thoughts of their own. They're chameleons who will just put on whatever the last thing that someone said to them on to get paid for. Right? Like that's what Harry and Chris were talking about. And then Dean is the pretty boy, if you will. The guy who's the formerly racist, not racist anymore, liberal TikToker teen who I don't think has any beliefs at all, but not in like a DNC shill way, but instead of I don't care enough to do the research because I'm the pretty boy who can just, sit there and laugh and get TikTok clips made of me type beat. Yeah, the non-racist. That's the vibe that I get. Middle class Ohio guy, yeah. That's the vibe that I get from all of them. But he looks 14. Chat, pretty boy is a turn of phrase. What are you talking about? I'm not saying Dean is pretty. I'm saying pretty boy as a descriptor. Parker's all right, I guess. I know that he debates trans issues and is weary of cishet dudes doing that clumsily and accidentally putting transition on debate, which it isn't. We know the truth in science. Yeah, again, Parker is the person I dislike the least in this group, right? Because I think Parker actually has and holds positions. He actually believes things, where I don't think the rest of them actually believes things, right? Parker will debate about trans issues. He'll debate about the economy. He'll debate about immigration or whatever. And because he believes things, his mind can actually be changed, right? Harry and Chris are just reinforced by the dollars that flow into their pockets. They don't have beliefs. They don't have takes. They'll debate Trump supporters because they're getting paid to debate Trump supporters, and that's really it. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're for sale. Someone on a comment said everyone will agree to Sean in 4 years when about this when Gavin Newsom loses and lip TikTokers are justifying massive detention camps on the border. Yeah. Is that on Reddit? I think it's true. Racism is definitely one step away from being a conservative. I can see it happening. I mean, when you spend all your time defending conservative policies, and Kamala Harris is doing them, you're not that far off. You know what I mean? Dean said he paid for his fight and he can pay for his Jubilee videos. I mean, yeah, Jubilee, well, Jubilee does pay you. So he was paid for his Jubilee videos. Not a lot of money, mind you, right? I was also on Jubilee. I also paid for my flight. Jubilee also did give me money, right? When I say paid shows, first of all, Chris and Harry are paid shows. They get money to produce content on TikTok for the Democrats. Number one. Number two, also paid in opportunities, paid in clout, paid in you know, what Jubilee video? I'll just show you.
But when a
after this. Oh.
Would you vote for someone?
Kamala Harris, get over it. And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And will I still vote for her or not vote for her in November if she does not move on Israel and if she does not institute an arms embargo to stop the genocide of Palestinians? I will have no choice but to move forward with my decision.
It's me and Jubilee. I got the last word in because I'm super cool and stuff. But yeah. Oh, and I was correct. And I talked about this before. I remember sitting in a room with like 30 Democrats and 30 Republicans. This is me right there. I look perpetually tired, by the way. Right? And there was a section about which party do you think will win this year? Here, I'll play a little bit of it.
Voting, and I think we've been able to see it just in the past 6 hours that we've been here. We have divulged into chaos at just every single point of contention, and if we can't agree as a group of 60 people here, we're not going to be able to agree as a group of 300 million. And if our president won't agree that he lost the election in 2020 and gets another 70 million people around him, that is not a very good thing that is going to end well at all. And I think we all need to take a beat, realize that it's kind of batshit crazy that 4 years later, he's saying that I won the election. And there are millions of people on the right that are saying he's the president. It's a shadow government. The military's and Kamala Harris is going to get elected.
This is Parker right here, by the way. How many cave were there? Of the 30 Democrats, 26 or 27 of them were direct DNC like dick riders, like straight DNC dick riders, like genuinely believing Kamala Harris was going to lose the election, genuinely believing. Like, I had conversations with them and they were like, no, like, okay, at the end of this entire video, right, there was a mock election.
Debate the candidates. Now they are going to submit their votes. Every participant in the room is going to submit a vote. Here, we will tally them and then reveal who theoretically would be president if it was up to this room.
Like, there was a mock election, and there were people who were like, I mean, we already know how this is going to go. It'll be 30 Democrats and 30 Republicans. Like, can we just skip to the end and say that it's a tie or whatever? And I'm sitting there like, come on. Come on. Really? You genuinely believe that? And then fast forward to the end of the election results. So we can see what Parker has to say as well.
I voted for Harris because she passed fundamental legislation that's beneficial to the middle class, including the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill. She was the most influential vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, so I support her because of her effective policy.
All right, the votes have been counted, and it's time to read our results. But first, I just want to thank everybody in this room for participating in this special election episode of Middle Ground. If it was up to this room to choose the next president of the United States, this is how the votes would break down. Trump would receive 25 votes, Harris would receive 23, which means Trump would be the next president of the United States.
Like, this was a surprising outcome for the people in this room, right? This was a surprising outcome. They were just like, how? Like, look at their faces. They're like, what? Who's looking around like, who didn't vote? Yeah, I wonder who didn't vote. I wonder who didn't vote. Man. Oh man. It's almost like this is like a microcosm of what actually happened during the election. How could she have possibly lost? How could she have possibly lost? This is the reason why I did this in the first place, chat. Carry what it says. It says undecided, ceasefire now. To be fair, my handwriting was kind of rough. You're home. This is Leftist handwriting. New profile picture. This isn't block caps. I was thinking about block caps so it can be easily read. Well, technically, even if undecided people voted for Harris, she still would have lost, but point made, yeah. It's so nice. I'm so jealous. Thank you. So this Photoshop confirmed on the note. Oh God. Oh no. Now you guys can erase this. Like this. And then write whatever you want on there. Oh God. Confirmed. It's not Black History Month anymore. It's valid. Oh no, chat. That's right. I did vote for Trump. It says it right there. It says it right there. Confirmed. But yeah, that's why, and I'm not stalling. Hey, Cloak and Dagger mains, true. That's why I did this in the first place, right? I did this because I naively thought if I go on this very large platform, this 10 million subscriber YouTube channel, that I could demonstrate that there were, I wasn't doing this for me. I was doing this to show people that there are a contingent of voters, right? There are a contingent of voters. Getting hate for this? Not really. There are a contingent of voters that don't want to vote for Kamala Harris. Literally, as I said at the end of this stream. I want to play the person before me as well. Right? I want to play these last three.
Agree on topics more.
What I would say to folks who aren't prepared to vote for Harris is that we get to live in the world as it actually exists, not the one that we wish exists. And the reality is you have two choices, and not voting is a choice. And it probably isn't going to get you the outcome you want.
The mock election result was...
I love the mock election result.
Annoying. I think that this is like a really important example of the value of a vote. Sometimes this system feels very impressed upon us, and that we don't really have much of a choice, and that we're like sort of not autonomous over this political system, but we are. Everyone's vote matters, and I understand why people might not want to vote for Kamala Harris. Get over it.
And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And will I still vote for her or not vote for her in November if she does not move on Israel and if she does not institute an arms embargo to stop the genocide of Palestinians? I will have no choice but to move forward with my decision.
Of the people you saw there, how many Dems were normal dudes versus Republicans? None of these people were normal, chat. Right?
The focus is who.
I understand your question. None of these people were normal. None of them. They were all completely abnormal. Just completely like insane people. Just all of them. Was I at the end normal? I mean, I'm brain broken because I'm a freaking Twitch streamer, right? These people are worse than I am. Like, okay, let me explain some of these people. Right here we have Connie. Connie is a leftist who is indigenous, who talks a lot about indigenous rights, who did not vote for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris was too pro-choice for her. She's pro-life, chat. She says that Kamala Harris is for killing babies. That's Connie. Then we have like the Ryan, the hotties for Harris person who just said what you guys saw. Then we have, who else do we have? We have Parker here, who's a TikTok debate bro who fast talking Kamala Harris defender. We have these two people who are conservative Republican trans women who are conservative. Like, I don't know what else to say about that. We have her, who's a pro-choice Republican. We have this guy who is a black Republican rapper. We have this guy who's like anti-trans conservative, Ben Shapiro style, Ben Shapiro type. This guy who's like relatively normal, but he wore a Trump fight shirt with his fist up for some reason. Like, none of these people. You have this girl who was like, why are we all so divided? Can we not just... She showed up with a flower on her hair saying, why can't we all just get along? Like, I don't like how... Okay, I'll play her section as well. Bridget's cool, though. I'll play Bridget's section as well. Yeah, I'll show you Connie's section.
Undecided because I feel like the politics that we are dealing with is very unethical in our nation. For me, as a Democrat, as a progressive, and as a leftist, I am against exploitation in every form and in every way. I think that every human being should be treated with justice and equality, and for that reason, I am pro-life. I think that the unborn are individual human organisms with a body plan. They resist atrophy. I think that they deserve the right to life. I think that us as communities, we need to do a better job coming around families, protecting them, giving them the resources they need to live sustainable and happy lives inside and outside the womb. I live in Ohio, so the chances...
You thought I was joking, Jet? You thought I was joking? I talked with Connie. We ate lunch together. We broke bread together. She was sitting at my table. She said she was anti-cowboy. She was a leftist. I was like, okay, cool. What did I eat though? Literally bread. We had sandwiches. We literally broke bread together. And I was standing off on the side, like over there, right? Listening to this, and I was just like, what? What? Did you guys talk about Palestine? We talked about like land back. I didn't talk about Palestine with Connie. I talked about Palestine with other people there. Your red line is genocide, her red line is abortions. Literally, yes, that's true.
That my vote is going to affect anything is very small. I think I would like to stick by my principles, and my principles tell me that since what I vote isn't going to matter that much, I'm not going to give that little piece that I have to people that I know.
Or she just leftish. No, she's like full-throated anti-capitalist, like land back indigenous rights, abolish the police leftist. You know what I mean? But her line is that Kamala Harris is too pro-choice for her. And she's not voting for either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump because neither of them cares about the life of, you know, people in general. Kamala doesn't care about the life in the womb, and Trump doesn't care about life outside of the womb. You know what I mean? So that's why she's a third-party voter. Like, that, I promise you I am not making this up. This is a real person that existed. That does exist, not existed. I think she's still alive. Do you think that she would vote for Kamala if she went right on the abortion? Yes. Yeah, this is progressive accept abortion.
Are going to abuse other people with that power.
We talk a lot about politics in our home.
Yeah, like this is like the Democratic son, Republican mother thing. I want to see. Here, we'll see what Bridget has to say.
Honestly don't understand why she continues pandering to the right when there are more progressive policies. I am currently undecided because I think Kamala Harris needs to run on more progressive policies. I honestly don't understand why she continues pandering to the right when there is a very large voter base that is there and ready to support her as long as she runs on more progressive policies. I also think I'm undecided because I'm kind of lucky to live in California where it's a historically blue state. So I think that I could also use my vote to potentially uplift a third party like PSL, which I believe aligns with my values a bit more. But I do also think that if I lived in a swing state, I would definitely be voting for Kamala because I do also understand the viewpoint of like voting is at this point also harm reductive, but I kind of hate that we have to choose between the lesser of two evils.
Today, I came in as an undecided voter because
I like Bridget. Bridget's cool. I have no idea what's going on with this person. I'm gonna be real. Their position confuses me.
Today, I came in as an undecided voter because I don't feel represented by Kamala or Trump. I'm really passionate about the conflict happening between Israel and Palestine. Both of them are all about sending a lot of our taxpayer money over there. That taxpayer money should be going back to American citizens because the country is in decline, and I feel like both of them want to fund wars and not fund the American people.
Like, he's not incorrect, but like, yeah, he's like an not even like anti-war from like the moral perspective, but like, it's such a weird. He's right, but he's a Republican. He is a Republican, yes. He's not very invested in either, as he claimed. Yeah, he doesn't care about either, really. Ethan's story, items and Anissa have been added to the conversation. You guys just come in here whenever Ethan does something to get my take on it. Sorry to derail, but you ever share your full name online? Follow name Sean the Black, or is it just Sean? They have my link in the description. Put my Twitch.
Too big to rig. Make America hot again.
I voted for PSL, which is the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Palestinians like myself have felt disenfranchised by the Democratic Party. This genocide was only possible because of Biden-Harris. They're the ones who perpetuated this genocide, and they have the power to end it. Kamala Harris has decided not to, so she cannot and will never earn my vote.
I came in thinking that I would vote for Trump because of his patriotism and just the way that he carries himself. But after today, with the discussion, just being around everybody, everyone's at each other's throat, and I just don't believe that is that I support either group just because I'm just like to have fun. I like to, care for others, and a lot of people just are now getting emotionally involved in the situation, I believe.
Yeah, so he came in saying he was going to vote for Trump, and he changed his mind because politics is too divisive. He's like, bro, I thought Trump was cool because y'all were cool, but y'all are being mean to them, and they're being mean to me. And I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm a chill guy. I like to have fun. I don't like this mean stuff y'all got going on. This divisiveness y'all got going on. And then he said he's not voting. He put not voting because he was like, all right, I thought this was a cool fun club for people. I thought like Trump was like a, yeah, I love everybody people. But no, he actually doesn't like everybody. That's funny.
I actually came in here as an undecided Republican, but I ended up voting for Donald Trump. Throughout our almost, I think it's 10 hours here, everyone was at each other's throats, and everyone was trying to convince the other that their cause was just. What I realized about Trump is that Trump is a nationalist. He's a horrible man, he's selfish, he's racist, and he wants to make money. And that is why he's a good man for the country, because in his quest to make income and in his quest to expand himself, he will inevitably also make the country a better place. After 4 years, he'll be gone, and a new president will take his place, who is hopefully not as much as a fool as these two.
What happened in today's discussion that changed my mind from leaning towards Harris to going to undecided is the focus on Donald Trump and figuring out who's better on specific like character traits that weren't related to actual solutions for the American people that would move us forward and help out middle-class families.
Ryan also, I talked to Ryan as well. Ryan also talked about Gaza. I think they cut that out of his answer, honestly. Just middle class? No, he talked about Gaza. They just cut it out. You can't take what Jubilee shows you at face value, chat. Because I was there while, I think I was one of the last people to go in my like confessional style thing. So I heard what everybody else was saying. He mentioned the fact that like, you know, Harris was bad on Gaza. Perpetuating a genocide in his answer. But they cut that out. Any major production absolutely edits these things deceptively? Yeah. This person. You see the flower in her hair? She's not voting it. And I want to listen to her explanation as to why. Wait, where'd it go?
Trump. Anti-trans that.
She from the petition for over a decade, and I think Kamala Harris is...
I think she does her confessionals a little bit later. Right? Yeah, she does. A little bit later. We'll get to that in a second.
Is both the way we rescue our democracy. I think Kamala Harris is both the way we rescue our democracy from the brink, and she's actually got great policies. As a Californian, I've been her constituent for over a decade, and I've seen her be really effective in office. So my experience of her has been that she's been good at the offices she's held so far, and she's going to be good at this one too.
And this guy, not this guy. We don't talk about that guy. This guy was take a notice of the date. This is October 29th. It was recorded October like 1st or 2nd or whatever. Or September 27th or something like that. This guy is a conservative Haitian who defended they're eating the cats and dogs line from Trump. He's saying, no guys, listen, I'm Haitian and we do actually eat cats and dogs. That's a thing that we do. I'm not joking. He said that in this video or in the part 1 video. He's like, no, listen guys, I'm Haitian. We eat the cats and we eat the dogs too. So yeah. This is what's his face? A Twitch streamer. Who's like an anti-Hasan Twitch streamer or whatever, like a Destiny Orbiter. Is that IRI? That is IRI. So I know this idiot. I don't know what his positions are. I just know that he's a Destiny Orbiter. Not a fan of Destiny Orbiters. Ooh, I do remember though, because if you remember, if I go back to this, I'm right here and he's right here. I remember like these two people talking about this person streaming on Twitch and Destiny. I'm talking about Destiny. Do you recognize you now? He's a slightly smarter Hutch. That's a low bar to clear. But also I remember these three talking about Hasan. And Parker talking about like, I wish Hasan would like not do more debate content. It was saying something. But I remember them mentioning Hasan because my ears perked. I was like, interesting. Interesting. We already saw Parker. I want to get to her.
Encourage you to vote if you are an American citizen. If you are unhappy with the results of the election in this room, the only way to change it is to participate.
Knowing today's result with Trump winning, yeah, I still wouldn't vote because the people have spoken, and if Trump wins, then he wins, and hopefully he'll lead the country in a great direction. And I do think that no matter who wins, there's going to be a lot of upset people and a lot of happy people.
This mock elections result has shown to me.
She's literally what the live is. I'm telling you, chat. You could tell the flower in her hair. She's like, I think people are very divided, and we have a lot of people who feel a lot of different things right now. And I want to acknowledge, I think my side is not acknowledging the feelings of the conservative side. Like, and I want to sit there and take a second to acknowledge those feelings. I promise you, I am not making this up. This is what she said. She said this somewhere. I don't know where it is though. Maybe it may have been in the first part because this is literally two parts. Oh wait, it's me.
Highlights how disruptive the Republican Party has gone is the debates. We see Trump debating people. It always devolves into chaos. We saw the JD Vance.
I did not like this entire thing, bro. It was 8 hours of my life that I will never get back. I will never get back. Does not want to be there. Look at my face, bro. Look at my face, dog. I am so done. I'm so done. I want to leave. I want to leave so badly at this point. This is like 6 hours in. Were the sandwiches at least good? Yeah. Yeah, they were. You seem like the most annoying person in the room? Because I didn't care about this. I was there for one job and one job only, and that was my clip at the end. That's it. That is the only reason why I sat through 8.5 hours of this filming, this shoot. Was to maybe demonstrate in front of a large audience that voters are unhappy with Kamala and that people do not want to vote for her. That's it. I am fundamentally anti-Jubilee. I can't stand Jubilee, and I will never do Jubilee again. And I only did it this time for a very specific purpose. Are people in your comments talking about your takes that were so right? Probably not, honestly. I didn't look. I mean, we could check, but like I didn't look. Connie's pro-life stance was a plot twist. That one I agree with. That one I agree with. right? People really think they're doing something by not voting. Like, I mean, this is freaking Jubilee. You feel me? Like, are they doing a eugenics debate? Yeah. Will Jubilee call you to discuss the CW the Flash though? Yeah, it's not happening. How many people do you think watch all the way to the end of your part? Not many. Not many, honestly. Right, I mean, you can tell by like this. Right. You know, that's why I did it in the first place. It's like sitting in a room full of delusional people, chat. It's literally sitting in a room full of delusional people. I'm not even talking about the Republicans. I'm not even talking about the Republicans. I'm talking about these people. Sitting in the room of some of the most delusional people. People who are legitimately arguing that they think that Kamala Harris is going to win the election. And they're like, I think Kamala Harris is going to win the election because she has all these good policies. Like,
get them out to vote. Far not as effective of a strategy. Or getting them out, really have successfully all feel talk. We all resonate with feeling like we can't talk to people who don't believe the way we do. We all feel like we've been silenced. We all feel victimized. We all feel attacked. The election isn't going to be won or lost on those things. Elections are complicated civics. It's about who actually shows up to vote. It's about who actually successfully gets their supporters out to vote. Donald Trump's campaign doesn't actually really have a ground game, by which I mean getting people knocking door to door, getting them out to the polls. He's
like, these people are losers.
Outsourced that to a PAC that is funded by Elon Musk.
Like, losers, objectively losers. These people are objective losers. They could not read the room and they made the wrong call. They are losers. And I have to sit here and believe that the people who didn't vote are the people who are in the wrong and not the people who did not see people not wanting to vote. Like, people in the comments saw people not voting, saw Trump winning the mock election, and thought, oh, man, look at the people not voting. Look how dumb they are. And not like, oh shit, people are not voting for Kamala Harris. There are more people who are Democrats who did not vote for Kamala Harris than Republicans. That's scary. Let's try to fix that. No, it was, wow, people think they're actually doing something by not voting. Huh, interesting. And then guess what happened? They lost their minds when she lost and then blamed the left? Yeah, because they don't want to do any introspection at all. Introspection to the 0th degree. The story of the legendary ground game is what gave people confidence in her winning. Yeah, and they were wrong to think that. They were incorrect to think that. So I believe anyone thought that Kamala was winning. Her campaign was so bad.
Which I'm not commenting on that except to say it's not as effective of a strategy. Meanwhile, the Democrats have thousands of field offices across the swing states in the United States. So just structurally speaking, while there is, and this is a fact, there is an inherent electoral advantage for Republicans because of the way the Electoral College works, there is a structural advantage for Democrats insofar as we actually have a robust campaign that is meant to actually find people and get them out to vote, whereas to be...
What is this guy doing? Is his name Ryan? What is he doing? There's two Ryans. This Ryan? No, this is the other Ryan. His Facebook? No, this is... What is his name? His name is Ryan, right? Am I tripping? Yeah, his name is Ryan. Why is he not here? There's 3 Ryans here, but this Ryan's not here. Why? I don't think this is him. Yeah, this is the conservative Ryan. I'm looking for him. Ryan B. Oh, I found him. He's a Biden 2020 advisor.
At first, when I woke up this morning, I wasn't going to say anything to anybody, but
This is November 6th, 2024, by the way.
I think, as I've gotten more awake, I've had some thoughts, and I think the thing that I want to say more than anything is...
Let's guess, chat. Maybe I'm sorry. Maybe everybody saying she was going to lose was correct and I was wrong. Maybe we should have seen this coming. Teen is based. Right? That's what he's gonna say.
It's normal to feel angry, bitter, jaded, shocked. All these feelings are legitimate. They're valid, but that doesn't mean they're accurate. And it doesn't mean that they're useful. And so, something I've been thinking about for myself and that I encourage you to think about is, as you have these feelings, as you process, as you work through, don't let these feelings take root in the front of your emotional or intellectual mind. That's the risk. Is our mindset, our state of mind, our memories, and all those things are most malleable when they're fresh. And your brain right now is ripe for soaking up and holding on to whatever you let it. And so an analogy I like to think of is, let's say you have a dog that pees in your hardwood floor. If you clean it up and you put it away quickly, that's okay. But if you let it sit, it'll seep in to the wood, and then you may never get the smell of dog piss out of your floor. And that's the thing I want you to think about.
We try to hit the word count.
Well, not necessarily literally. As you process is, your feelings are valid. Not necessarily, again, just because your feelings are valid doesn't mean they're accurate, doesn't mean they're useful, doesn't mean they're productive or the most important. So process them, feel them, but don't let them sink into the front of your mind.
I just want to point out that the smugness that we saw here is kind of gone. These feel like two... I closed the freaking tab, bro. These feel like two different people. I had to take a second. I had to take a second because I was about to say an angry person word at the anger of myself for closing a tab. He's on a recent Jubilee. He was on talking to Ben Shapiro, I guess. I don't know when that happened. But chat said but chat might be talking about this one.
Haven't had much time to do any post-debate drop content from the Surrounded episode that dropped on Sunday, which if you...
Good question from his actual chat that he didn't respond to. Jubilee made LGBTQ people look bad. Why are you okay with that? Good question, actually. So the Surrounded was one conservative versus 25 LGBTQ activists. I didn't watch it, but I'm assuming that it was cut in a way that it's right-wing because it's freaking Jubilee. You feel me? So, like, that's an interesting thing.
Hey, y'all.
What does he do? Is he on like TikTok? Is he just is this his only account? Because he gets no likes and views.
Oh, hello. I am actually starting. This is the first time I've ever used a new platform to go live from. So hopefully you're seeing me. And welcome to my home studio under construction, which is a wall in my bedroom.
Okay, I'm done. I just wanted to see maybe like an apology, maybe like a man. The wider left was correct, and Kamala Harris maybe shouldn't have done the things that she did to lose the election. I don't know, maybe on TikTok or something. Maybe on Twitter. Maybe he said it on Twitter. Maybe his Twitter. Michael Knowles one was terrible, not necessarily the way they cut it, but the genocidal statements that they let him say. Okay, I remember now. I saw those clips. He just reposts Democratic wins, and that's it. That's it?
Send this video to anyone you know who might.
And then he just made one post saying the fight for our democracy and our society is not over. Just like no acknowledgement of like, hey, maybe I was incorrect. Maybe I was wrong. Trump is speaking to a massive amount of empty seats in Georgia right now, retweeted by him on November 3rd. They lost the election 2 days later. And then he tweeted, the fight for our democracy and society are not over. And then that's it. Bro just does Jubilee. No, I mean, okay, I guess it's better than doubling and tripling down, though. You know what? It's better than doubling and tripling down. I'll say that. I'll agree to that. It is better than doubling and tripling down. Anyway, let's finish this off.
Listen, like theoretical models. Not to say that theoretical models can't be.
Can I skip this Hasan or this part where he just glazes the TikTok Dems? I guess the part where he talks about me briefly. They used you to attack Hasan? That's what people were telling me. I haven't seen it yet. I know, back to Ethan. I mean, we can talk about Asmongold if you want to talk about freaking Asmongold doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Did you talk about Amaranth? Talked about Amaranth a few days ago. Not her like continued rants on Twitter or like the manifestos that she's been posting, like the 10,000 character tweets that she's making. But no, we did talk about her comments. And all the people were replying to it. Lots of crash outs. Tis the season. Tis the season to crash out. What's going on with everybody? It's the weather. You know, it's in the air. Can you finish the Ethan segment? Okay, we'll finish it. She did revisionism? I mean, yeah, of course she did.
Chapter 2 in the war zone. Dean, you don't have to watch this part. This is Sean DeBlack, who's a Hasan orbiter. He's also one of the people that made a brief appearance in the video when he was threatening, he was saying somebody should kill Destiny.
Never said that. Lying on my name on Black History Month, the last day of Black History Month too. Crazy. So like how he says your name? Yeah, he says it weirdly. I forgot about Ethan Klein, the way he showed up in Jubilee though. 100% was the coolest thing that I've seen in a minute. Well done, your amazing W. Thank you. Thought they banned your videos? Well, they let this one stay up, right? They banned my other one though, right? I can't post the video of myself, but people can post videos of me.
So he's very much a shit tier, violent psychopath. Here.
Aww. Thanks, man. It means a lot coming from us. I mean, a lot coming from a pro-Israel defender.
He is reacting to Hasan going to talk with Dean.
Okay.
Gets very upset about it.
Mm.
Yes.
I hate
There's not enough space for all of them. In fact, it's there's too many socialists in the kitchen. That's interesting.
But like
though.
Dean's not a socialist though. Like by Ethan's own admission. I'm sure that Ethan would like you if you stopped being Muslim. You're right. Maybe okay. I just remembered. I have the hat on, chat. I have the hat on. That makes sense. That makes sense. Why is it so fuzzy? Because it's been downloaded and re-uploaded so many different times. Yeah, the bad hat. The Muslimish hat. Yeah, I'm like, happy Ramadan? Thank you, Chatter. But from PA part was funny. Ethan pretends to be outraged by Mike making a joke about Destiny. A joke that was made when Destiny's justified the slaughter of Palestinians, but it makes sense coming from Ethan Klein. Yeah.
Isn't that the whole point? Too many socialists in the kitchen. This guy can't even handle fucking Hasan going and appearing on another dude's political show. How you gonna handle fucking sharing a workplace with people?
I don't think he knows what he's talking about, honestly. You call your bonnet a Muslimish hat? No. The other guy did. The Ethan Klein supporter. He's so dumb. I mean, I don't even know what he's saying. So like, it's hard for me to like get mad at it so far. You've barely spoken. I've said nothing so far in this video, but he just hears socialist, he goes crazy, he goes off. And as you guys know, I am foolishly socialist as I've been called. It's so much.
Enjoy this.
Because it always boils down to it. It always boils down to you have to run defense for the white kids. You have to focus on the white kids. Also, I think part of the reason why it's such low quality is so you can't actually read what I'm reacting to. I think that's a part of it. It's a little slick, a little sly, right? So you just have to take Ethan's word for it about what his framing of what I'm talking about here in the first place, instead of like the full conversation. Maybe if you weren't a communist, he wouldn't be so as mad. Yeah, he seems happy to see you frustrated. I mean, Ethan loves when black people are frustrated about racism. You know what I mean? I always do dishonest shit. I don't know. But I mean, I'd love to talk to Ethan about this, by the way. I'd love to have a conversation with Ethan and explain my position directly.
He's talking about Hasan, mind you. He's saying Hasan cares about white kids more than him.
No, I'm talking about the comment that I'm reading. He's talking about Hasan. Ethan didn't even watch the video, by the way. All he's seen is the clip, so he's just making that up, by the way. I'm talking about the comment specifically. You'd be like the pod's first black guest. You're right. When a conversation with anyone, he just reacts to spliced clips. I mean, yeah. Just putting words in your mouth. That's what he does. Because Ethan is a coward. He is cowardly. This is all he has. You feel me? This is all he has. Like, if he can't react to full clips of Hasan and Denims, he's not reacting to a full clip of me. You feel me? That's smaller than both of them are. Hey, how he just confidently makes things up without knowing anything. You know? He has the confidence of a white man, and I respect that. Give me white man confidence. I would rule the world. I'm saying this is the first time he met you just to call us outrageous. Technically, it's the second time. That was to run defense for Destiny. So
I'll even defend Hasan. I think he's just pathetic, and he needed to get ahead of the PR. So but I don't know. You know what? I'll say, yeah, Hasan's racist. I'm with Sean the Black on this one. Let's run with that. I'm backing you up, buddy, all the way.
You can't have a safe space for black people because we need to bring in the Gen Z white kids. It's always what it goes back down to. Always what it goes back down to.
I am sorry, but a
Literally.
legitimate socialist should be happy to share the space with anyone who wants to be in it.
Like, imagine, like, you're not even a socialist, though. So that's what I don't understand. Like, he's simultaneously thinks socialism is bad, but also, like, well, if you're a socialist, you should love white people. You know what I mean? But he's not a socialist. Like, I'm confused as to what Ethan Klein is talking about, because he doesn't like, socialism. He's anti-socialism. So why does it matter? Are we doing anti-white racism talking points now? I mean, yeah. But also that's not true. I mean, of course it's not true. Like, I'm not gonna like act like this person is acting in good faith. He doesn't understand what socialism is. He doesn't understand what my talking point here is. Right? He obviously just took me out of context immediately from just saying that I'm talking about Hasan, which, again, I don't understand how his audience can watch this and think like, wait a second, did Ethan watch the entire clip? Right? Because if he's talking about Hasan, why doesn't he show the part where I say I'm talking about Hasan? Because Ethan must know, or he must have seen something else that says that I'm talking about Hasan. Or Ethan Klein is just making that up because it serves his point without any evidence that that's the case. Interesting.
To the point, right? Right? I mean, that's the point. That's what the sharing. But he's like, no, all mine. It's for me only.
Always. So some of his defenders defend you in the comments. In these comments, I mean, let's take a look. Yeah, she just said it's sharing. Sharing is caring. That is socialism. I'm with him. I'm with Ethan.
So good.
Has Hasan
But some people that
interacted
look
with
at the day
this
is a bad
guy?
idea.
Yeah, he's an orbiter. He's interacted with them. He's glazed him. He's had him on his show, but not enough for his satisfaction.
Anytime a POC or queer person speaks out, it gets labeled "Look of the Day." Well, yeah. And trying to get the crew to agree, and then there's just silence. I mean, because it's just like, because honestly, it's just, this isn't even related. You know what I mean? Like, I can understand if it was like a related clip about Hasan, but it's just like, we're like 4 steps removed from like relation to like Hasan that Ethan Klein is getting mad at. You know what I mean? Why are they in black people's business? Because Ethan Klein's a racist. People can't disagree now, which is kind of crazy. I thought Ethan would like somebody disagreeing with Hasan. You know what I mean? He says that there's no counter to Hasan. Hasan goes unchecked on the platform, which is why he needs to make his content nuke. But when somebody disagrees with Hasan, now it's an issue because what? There's nothing here. Ethan loves this because he doesn't believe anything. But like, I just don't understand the point. I don't even know what the clip is supposed to be talking / referencing. It's just implying that you're talking about Hasan being racist. Yeah. Hasan going on his show one time randomly and talk to him directly the way that he can improve and be more aggressive isn't the end all be all for platforming people. In fact, he's probably shown 10 times Shonda Black vids than Dean. This is also not true, by the way.
He's keeping Shonda Black is keeping count of how many black creators Hasan has elevated. And Hasan,
This is true. I will say this. I am keeping count of how many black creators Hasan has. Don't question mark. He's totally correct. I am keeping a count. I'm keeping a tally, bro. I'm keeping a tally. We're up to like 4. Sorry, that was 3. We're up to 4. I'm keeping a count. I'm checking. I'm checking a list and I'm making a list and I'm checking it twice because we're gonna find out who's naughty and nice, and Hasan's on the naughty list. Only 4? I genuinely don't know. I'm not keeping a list, Chad. UFD, who else? Myth has been on the broadcast. The Crash Levy's podcast has been on the broadcast. One Piece's showrunner, who's black, has been on the podcast. Fantasy Coates has been on the podcast, on the stream. NMP has been on the stream. Sin has been on the podcast. Christian Walker, Your Age, We already got FD. Peggy, JPEG Mafia, Oliemi, Mason Gooding, Crash Dummies, we said that. Osita, that's a good one. Mark Lamont Hill, that's a good one. Jarvis Johnson, that's a good one. Agent has been on the podcast. Guy from the Wine Clip, that's Agent. Blackboy Max, I don't think Blackboy Max has been on the stream. 24K Golden, that's a good one. What is that? Was that 11? We said Nick. We said Cinna. We said Myth. We said Agent. Has Jordan been on the stream? I don't think so. We said Nick. Chris Smalls, that's a good one. Was that 12? Kai appeared on the podcast? I don't think Kai appeared on the podcast. Herschel Walker's son, we said them. Oh, Christian Divine. That's a good one as well. Christian Divine. Can he ball up with Max? He did. You're good. You're right. Blackboy Max. He did ball up with Max. Was that 13? The journalist? Which journalist? I named 3 journalists. Crash Dummies podcast? We named Crash Dummies podcast already. We said Osita. Oh, me as well. That's fair. Trihex. Ested? Has Trihex been on the stream in a while? Maybe a long time ago. Waleed the chef? Waleed is not black. Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't know if I count that one, chat. I don't know if that's the one I count. Academics technically counts. Quinlan Blackwell? Was she on Hasan's stream? But Hasan was on her stuff, you know, her video. So I don't know if that counts. Yeah, Quinn Black platformed him, exactly. You saw Kai at the convention years back? That doesn't count. Chat, that doesn't count. Andrew Tate then? I'm not counting Andrew Tate as black. Fresh and Fit Boys? Okay, we're going too deep. That's contentious stuff. We're not counting that. I'll count Speed. I will count Speed because Speed was in Hasan's VOD for the Streamer Awards. I'll count Speed. If Speed counts and Rage counts, we already counted Rage. Quinn Blackwell wasn't on Hasan's stream. Hasan was on her stuff. Lakari, I don't remember Lakari being on stream. Wait, Andrew Tate is black? No, he's not. No, he is 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 not. We do not claim that, man. Wisdom counts. Zoyo counts. E-Rob? When has E-Rob been on the stream? Zoya was on the stream during the Queen stuff, because I remember Hasan was flipping off the Queen while Zoya was on stream. Shit Camp? Was that on Hasan's stream? Does that even count? I don't know if that counts. I don't know if that one counts. E-Rob was there too? Okay, then maybe that counts. Oliemi, we counted Oliemi. T-Pain doesn't count? T-Pain was virtual. But I'll count it. What are we up to? Like, was that 16, 17, chat? Showrunner of One Piece? We counted the showrunner of One Piece. I'm not counting Jesse Lee Peterson. Crash Dummies, we counted Crash Dummies. Kai is technically on Hasan's TwitchCon IRL. Fine. We'll count Kai. We'll count Kai. And we'll count all of RDC as well. That's like 5 other people. Jordan Adika? Was Jordan, do fan meetups count? No. I'm drawing the line at fan meetups. They don't count. Chris Next Door, 21. I mean, I saw there's had a lot of black people on his stream. Maybe even too many, some would say. Not me. I wouldn't say that because that would be racist, right? But some would say too many. Is that plenty of black folks on stream? Yeah, which is why it's kind of funny that that Ethan's acting like I'm talking about Hasan specifically. Do we say Myth? Yeah, we said Myth. Now do Ethan. I don't watch enough Ethan to know. Simon Risem IRL, I remember. Was that also when he met IRI? The same event? Does it cancel out? If Hasan meets a black person with another black person, or with a white person, does it cancel out to the not meeting a black person? It's like the Bechdel test, but like for black people. You know what I mean? Like, in order for it to count as meeting a black person, you have to meet that black person without being in the presence of another white person. Only then does it count. You copyright that? Call it the Blackdel test. It's the Blackdel test. Confirmed. What's Hasan's ratio to black to white guests? I'm not counting all of his white guests, bro. Him and Dean, man. No. Dean did meet. Him and Dean were on Hasan's stream during Alveus. So that counts.
Sean the Black says she's
That
my
counts.
African princess.
Professor
Dean So
Chex
Cool counts.
just subscribed.
I don't think Ethan has more than 5. And every time Ethan talks about black people, he makes a weird rap references and it's awkward. Or talks about asking if they have a big dick. Did a full collab? Yeah. Prof, thank you for the prime. Has he had any trans guests? I don't know. Count your own communities, chat. I'm not counting all your communities for you. I'm like, oh, how many immigrant guests has Hasan had? Oh, how many gay guests have Hasan had? Oh, how many trans guests have? Like, do your own counts for your own communities. I'm only counting black people. That's me. That's what I'm doing. Don't forget Chris Smalls. We already said Chris Smalls. Hasan be guest census. Hey, trans black people exist? Yeah, and I would count them if Hasan had them on the stream. But I'm not gonna do an overarching count for all trans people. You know what I mean? That's for my trans audience to do. Y'all can do that. How many gamers have Hasan had on stream? 0. Because Hasan is not a gamer. Confirmed. But yeah. So yeah, I am keeping a count. Also, Crane Bolt Green, thank you for the 5-month subscription. So I am keeping a count of how many black people Hasan has on stream. Also, 64 Danny, thank you for the prime. How many black guests have you had? Technically, I'm on stream every day. So you can say every single day I'm on stream is a black stream. Honestly, how many guests have I had on in general? You feel me? How many black women have you had on? Got him. 5. Name them. Does logic count? Yes. Has Matt Owens been mentioned? Who's Matt Owen? I don't know who Matt Owen is. Oh, the showrunner for One Piece. Yes. I didn't know his name. I just called him the One Piece showrunner. No disrespect, Matt Owens. You had 5 people on the broadcast last night. I don't know that. I guess that counts. Sure. You know his name? Wow. Nandi Vic. Okay, those are my friends though. That's not the same. Show us the list. Oh, I wasn't writing it down. That was for y'all to do. I was just naming them. Tennessee Goats? We had Tennessee Goats. Call it the blacklist. True. The blacklist. I like that. So yeah, I mean, we got here with Ethan Klein. Just, saying that I'm counting how many found it. Ethan has MKBHD on 7 years ago. Oh, he had 1. That's cool. Good for Ethan. He could have 2 if he has me on the stream. My schedule is not open. I was about to lie like that. No, I'm going to Paris next week. My schedule is not open. But in 2 weeks, Ethan, just let me know. I'll come on your stream. It'll be super sick and awesome and amazing. And I promise I won't press you about your racist past. You mentioned the fashion dude? Yes, we talked about wisdom. Zan, do you feel comfortable talking about race as somebody with any more compilation? True. No, John Tron does not count as black, chat. I'm guessing debunking targets don't count for Ethan. I didn't count him for Hasan, or did I? Like, if we just consider everybody who said the N-word before black, then like, Ethan, welcome to the club, I guess. Yeah, we mentioned Jarvis. And no, chat, they're saying John Tron because John Tron is racist and he says the N-word. Cinna, we mentioned Cinna. Ethan just made it on the blacklist. Does ethanol count? Is that a person? We also said Christian Walker. Now we're just naming every black person Hasan may know tangentially, which I respect. Yes, we count an agent. This is odd? No, this is fun. Chat. Why are we still doing this? Because I think it's kind of funny. I think it's kind of funny. Does Pokey count? Just listen to this. Let's get back to Ethan.
Tell you, buddy.
Go back to Ethan Klein.
You're failing the purity test. You know what I mean? You talk to too many white kids. I'm backing him up.
That is not true. Hasan has shouted me out a lot. Yes. Hasan has shown one of my videos.
Probably your videos suck, dude.
Watch them. I think my videos are pretty good. Yeah, that wasn't very nice. That was mean. Defamation? That was defamation. Gosh darn it. What did you even do? Literally nothing. Like, objectively nothing. He saw that Black History Month was ending and he wanted to talk bad about a black person. And so he just picked one. I literally, this isn't even I've talked about Ethan, like, consistently over the past month, by the way. Consistently. Let's see. Like, pretty consistently. I even covered his content nuke, you know? I did him the respect of watching his entire content nuke that he's begging for Hasan to do. And he won't even do the respect of watching my videos? You see Ludwig counting down the hours at the end of Black History? No, he did not. No, he did not. No, you are a liar. You are a liar. Ludwig was not doing a countdown to the end of Black History Month. No, he didn't. 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 That would be insane. That would be crazy. That would be crazy person behavior. No, don't believe it. Don't believe it.
And so is.
Do not believe it. Do not believe it. Don't believe it. Because that would be crazy. That would be wild. Maybe he was sad about it. Maybe he was sad about it.
And so is AOC. Oh my God. I'm losing my mind. I've had, out of all the guests that I've had, out of all of the guests that I've had on this fucking broadcast, like the overwhelming majority of guests is named Alex. It's like 50% Alex named guests.
Is this right now? No, this was a year ago. I don't know what to try to send it.
That's weird. People need to stop counting the black people and start counting the Alexes. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's time to get Alex Jones on, dude. That's it. And so is...
Okay, I feel called out by this clip from a year ago. You didn't have to call me out like that. 2 minutes in.
You just can't talk to me for like 6 months? For 36 more hours. Okay.
This is actually insane.
Not that I'm counting it down. I want it to go longer.
Whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, why are you counting down?
I'm done.
36 hours is like a really
It's
specific
weird that I knew that. Look, I'm not keeping track. What did you make? Can I see?
Okay, yes. So, here, I'm gonna...
He just said for 36 more hours. Why would you know that? Why? He was so quick with it too. He was so quick with it too. Look at his face. Look at this man's face. Look at him. Look at him.
Wait a minute. Yeah, why are you...
Okay. You just can't talk to me for like 6 months? For 36 more hours. Okay.
This is actually insane.
Not that I'm counting it down. I want it to go longer.
Whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, why are you counting down?
I'm done.
36 hours is like a really
It's
specific
weird that I knew that. Look, I'm not keeping track. What did you make? Can I see?
Okay, yes. So, here, I'm gonna make a presentation.
Oh no, I'm not done.
I made 2, actually.
That's funny. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Slur wig, by the way. Slur wig.
Good afternoon, I can't say that. It means 1/8 black. Think of the 5 gifted Gatsby. Eliza, think of the 2 months. I was thinking of the Key and Peele thing, but I technically can't say my Octoroon because I'm not 1/8 black. So it wouldn't make sense for me to say my Octoroon. But that is what the term means. You can't say it though, right? It's not like a slur. Sean, thank you for the 3 months. Black History Month. Sean, did you see Twitch Jeopardy yesterday?
You gifted him? I chose the wrong moment to subscribe. It was the wrong moment. It's not my fault, okay? I didn't know he was going to say a slur. I did not know he was going to say a slur. How could I have possibly looked into the future and known, hey, the moment I subscribe, somebody's just going to start dropping slurs? You platformed him? You're right. This is my fault. I think Hasan should now have to go on Z-Way. True. Not only did you give him your $6, but you also bailed him out? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I made Ludwig be okay with counting on the days of Black History Month. Maybe he's like, I got the cosign from the CEO of Black People, so now it's totally fine. You know what I mean? He's subscribing this month to a skinhead. I will not be. Once Ludwig's hair grows back, then I can start subscribing again. Ugh. Yeah. Ludwig lost subscribers for being bald. That's funny. You should invite Z-Way and go on Z-Way. Everybody should go on Z-Way. By everybody, I mean me. My nickname is Everybody. Right? So when I say everybody deserves $1 million, my nickname is Everybody. I'm Everybody. So I deserve $1 million. Just think about that. Yeah, I mean, we can finish this off if you want, chat. I don't know if Ethan's gonna say anything useful or relevant. He did say my videos suck, which is not very nice. I just comment a sad face. Finish is actually funny.
Because Hasan is eager to show people videos. That's what he like. He just sits there and fucking steals people content all day. If your videos were worth anything, he would have showed them. Also, he shouted you out a bunch, and he showed one of your videos. That sounds pretty fucking good, man. What do you want, a Rising Star Award next? If you're good, then people.
Yes. Okay. Like actually, yes. Okay. He's reading me right now. Yes. He gets it. He gets it. Ethan Klein gets it. Yeah. I do. I do want a Rising Star Award next. He is correct. Time for the song? You're right. It is time for the song, chat. Man. It is time for the song. Yes. Then I'll hit up Nick and be like, Nick, buddy, friendo, pal, I'm going to oh Nick, oh Nick, oh Nick, say please, please pick me, I'm free, free, Nick, please, Nick, please, Nick, please, please pick me, me, I'm free, free, pick me, Nick, please, I'm your rising star, please, I will go so far, please, I will hop in the car, road trip, please, I'm your rising star, Nick, please, I'ma go so far, Nick, please, I'm your rising star, road trip, you scream in the mornings, so do I, what you want, please, I won't die, I'ma cry, if I'm not picked, I'ma cry, what is this shit? Oh, I'm a rising star, oh, I'ma go so far, oh, I would never say the things Young Dabo said to you and your friends, what I need to do, please tell me what I need to do, what can I do, what can I do, you please, I'm your rising star, please, I'm your rising star, please, I'ma go so far, please, I'ma go so far, Nick, please, I'm your rising star, Nick, please, I'ma go so far, Nick, please, I'ma hop in the car to a road trip for a road trip. Listen, if you see some things that I said about Asmongold, I didn't mean it, all right? If you see the things I said about Tectone, I definitely meant it, okay? I meant that 100%. But like, I did not mean what I said about Asmongold, right? When I said, okay, it's done. That was fun. I like this one. This one was enjoyable. When the music cuts out, yeah. album. So like, okay, to be fair, it's kind of ironic that he said this, cause like, yes, I do want Rising Star. And wouldn't it be funny, chat? Wouldn't it be funny if I got Rising Star 2025? Man, that would be funny. I do think that I didn't qualify for it last year. My views were not that good last year, but this year, pretty freaking solid. Pretty freaking solid. And think about how mad it will make Ethan. Probably very. Start campaigning early. This would be a funny clip for the nom. Honestly, for the nom, I probably would just do the song itself, right? Yes, Jess. I will go so far. I think the song itself kind of just exemplifies what my stream is, you know? Like, it's just random song breaks about really nothing at all. And like the part that I skipped by is like me crafting the song in real time, right? For, you know, please let me on your stream, please. You got 2 people to get Rising Star. I'm going for Rising Star next year, please. I beg of you. I beg of you. That's what I'm gonna be like. I'm gonna be like, please, Nick, please. Please, I'm poor and need to eat. Rising Star. I need a rising star. I wanna go so far. Aim for the stars. A rising star, that's me. 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 And that's how we got here in the first place. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Eyes need to switch. Yeah. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Say please. Please pick me. Me. I'm free. Free. Nick, please. Nick, please. That makes the clip. Yeah, because it proves that it's completely off the dome. Right? It proves that it's completely off the dome. How did Nick ignore this? Oh, he didn't. He saw it. We saw his reaction to it. He saw it. His dog died, I think. Yeah. Can we see? Do we have a link to his reaction? Sakuga? I see Sakuga because Sakuga is the resident NMP stan. Thanks to me, you're strongest soldier. Probably in clips, right? Oh. When was this? It was 3 months ago. Jeez Louise, that was a long time ago. Academics. Marvel Rivals. That was before that because I don't play games anymore. That's too far back. Oh, Chachki clipped this. You
in the mornings. So do I. What you want? Please, I won't die.
Bruh.
I'ma cry if I'm not picked.
Bro, I can't with this.
What is this shit?
He's killing it though.
I'm a rising star.
The glasses got stuck on the.
Oh, I would never say the things Young Dabo said to you. What I need to do. Please tell me what I need to do.
No, this is so good, bro.
What can I do?
Dude, we definitely gotta hang out with him,
Can I do for you, please?
bro.
At some point, you have to do it.
Bro. We definitely gotta hang out with him for sure. Listen, I've seen enough. That's
Was it
good.
rigged? Yeah. And people always yell about me and my clout chasing, but it works. It works. It works. Networking W, exactly. People just don't understand it. They don't get it. Deserve it. Thank you, chatter. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what I'm saying. So yes, I do think I should be a rising star. The cloud when you go to Alveus. That's actually what the entire clip is about, chat. Right? It's about like me going climb when I go to Alveus. When I go to Alveus at some point. You're going to Alveus? Oh, people don't know? Okay, who has the Maya clip now? I'm supposed to get all these things. Beg to do it to go on IG Live. There's a whole plan drafted out at the end of the year. Here.
What's she doing? I'm confused.
Wait, no, it's after this actually. It was before this one. Oh, this is from 2 years ago. This is from 2022. I need 2023. I was confused for a second. I was like, that didn't look right. I invites like Vin Diesel is not going. Listen, okay. Listen.
Yeah, the biggest.
Maybe when I get a larger following.
Award show of the year for us.
Flash is a bottom? No,
Sean.
Flash is the top. Reverse Flash is a bottom, but apparently they're both switches because now, originally, they're.
I love his voice.
Thanks, Maya.
I could listen to this person talk all day.
The first Flash was the bottom, and the Flash was the bottom, and the Reverse Flash was the top, and the Godspeed is sandwiched in the middle of the two men. It was like a three-man sandwich. What sense does this make? Please, somebody explain to me how this could even happen.
I love his voice. I have no idea what he's talking about, though. Hold on. Sorry, I was focused on listening to him speak. Let me listen to what he's saying.
Bottom? No, Flash is the top. Like, I don't think there's a single person who understood my clip, which, honestly, is kind of fine. I don't think at the time where I was up for Hidden Gem here, I don't think I had that many good clips, right? Because my audience was a lot smaller, and when you have a smaller audience, you have less clippers. Wait, who is that? Do I see somebody I recognize? Who's this person? Interesting. Reverse Flash is a bottom, but apparently they're both switches because now originally the Reverse Flash was the bottom and the Flash was the bottom and the Reverse Flash was the top and the Godspeed is sandwiched in the middle of the two men.
No, I still don't know what you're saying.
Sandwich. What sense does this make? Please, somebody explain to me how this could even happen and why are they even fighting with swords in the first place? You have super speed and you have time travel. Why is any of this an issue? None of this makes any sense. Please, somebody explain this to me. How can this go on for 2 more seasons? How can this go on for 2 more seasons? Please.
Okay.
Somebody explain. Flash is the bottom?
No clue what he's talking about. No clue. And I'm not going to vote for him. But I do want him to come out here and meet a bunch of bugs. Just because I want him to talk, and I think it'd be funny. And I'm going to make friends with him at the Streamer Awards. Just watch. Just watch and wait. But I'm not voting for him because I'm voting for this because I thought it was so clever.
That's fair, honestly. I never thought I was going to win this. Everything Now show is just, like, the type of content it's done is just so unique that, like, I think they would have won Hidden Gem for this year. I mean, Rising Star for this year if they were up for that as well. Because the content is so unique. But I'll take this. You feel me? I'll take this. Right? Again, my point, I told you guys this when I had this for the first time. My point was never to win. My point was to show up, to be the best dressed streamer there, so people talk about me and remember me, and then they come to my stream, and then I become super famous, also a successful streamer, and then everybody loves me, and I'm integrated in the large streaming landscape. I made good on what she said about befriending you. Yeah, we talked at Stream Awards. We talked at the Stream Awards. We met at TwitchCon as well. Maya watches my streams, which is kind of insane. I love Maya. So essential DM me and they thank me for the raid. Like, that's she's so nice. Maya's great. Maya's my favorite. Come to your stream and see you talk about Ethan. I know. Pokey. I don't know if Pokey like knows who I am specifically. I know Maya knows who I am specifically. What about Nick? Okay, now you're trying to turn me against other streamers, chat. And that's not fair. That's unfair. You can't do that to me. And so we're gonna just move on before I start digging myself a hole. Every time I watch your stream, you got a song stuck in my head. I mean, Nick Please is pretty sick and awesome though. Nick Please go crazy. Nick Please go crazy. Every time I listen to T-Pain again. When auto-tune is done right, it works very well. Right? It works very well. Shout out Alveus with Go Poggers. Honestly, I'm a little bit glad that I didn't do Alveus sooner. Because if I did it back when she invited me, I would have no viewers, you know? And none of you guys would have seen it in the first place. I think Please needs to be released as a single. Then I have to go back and I have to re-record it. And I don't know if I can pull the emotion off again a second time. You know? I'd have to get into that headspace and drop a track on FL Studios or whatever. And then release it. Maybe one day. Maybe I'll... How many subs am I at? 2K? 2024? Maybe at 2,500 subs. Which won't happen, but maybe then. I will be specifically required to release a song. And put it on streaming services. Whether it's Nick Please or a different song. 2,500 seems like a good number for that. T-Pain being an amazing singer shocked me and changed my perspective on autotune forever. Yeah, T-Pain can sing. I can't sing like that. You know what I mean? Like, autotune works so well when you can actually sing and you have an idea of what notes you want to hit to produce a desired effect. But if you can't sing, like in my clip, you saw me, my voice crack a little bit. And you can tell that it happened even with the autotune on. Anyone heard from our friend Chuck? Yeah, Chuck gives it some subs. Ow! Chuck gives it some subs last night. I bit my tongue. Anyway, let's finish off this Ethan section.
Fucking good, man. What do you want, a rising Star Award next? If you're good, then people will watch. What's going on? There's so many people sucking on Hasan's tit. It's fucking insane. Like, all these people cannot survive without him. All this, it's mad. Exactly.
Who just kind of sounds jealous to me or making a big deal out of nothing? Man, fuck you.
Uh-oh.
And if you think somebody being right-wing as a kid and changing isn't sincere, then you don't belong on the left, man, fuck you.
Uh-oh.
Fuck this fucking community, bro.
Oh,
fuck
no.
them. Fucking assholes. And they wonder why black people don't like this space, bro. And they wonder why black people don't like this space, bro. Fuck this community. Fuck this community, bro.
Oh, no. He rage quitted at that point.
Fuck.
Oh, my goodness. That is...
And Ethan Klein not knowing why black people are upset is kind of on brand from Ethan Klein. Like, people won't get this. I mean, they won't. I don't expect Ethan to. I mean, he's a racist, so like... Ethan's getting offended because he's a white guy who used to say slurs. Yeah. When you came back, I did come back. He never cared. Yeah. I mean, but like, I'll say it. I will be happy to talk to Ethan about this and explain my issues. Because he can't seem to conceptualize why a black person would be upset about, a space in general. Ethan has never been held accountable for the things he said in the past. Right? He loves to ride high on how much he's apologized. Let's see him actually defend it in front of a black person. Genuine. Let's see it. Let's see Ethan Klein actually defend his past in front of a black person. Have me on the stream. Bring me on. Talk to me about it. You wanted Xander to come on and debate about like whether or not you doing a Nazi salute is anti-Semitic or not. Have me on. And he has the self-awareness for that? No, he doesn't. Right? He's racist. He's a clout farmer. He's a drama farmer. I'm a clout farmer, to be fair. He would crumble? He would. I mean, he hides behind his members only chat, right? Because he's afraid of confrontation. He claims that he wants Hasan to respond and he wants Hasan to like watch his nukes and actually get into the mud with him, but he doesn't. He doesn't want confrontation. He doesn't want to actually be held to account for things that he says. He wants to cry to his own audience and be validated by his own, paying subscribers. And that's it. He wants to be told, I'm right, tell me I'm right. He doesn't actually care about, the truth that he claims he does. He doesn't care about anti-Semitism because he, perpetuator of it himself. He was banning members too. Because again, they weren't saying that he was right. It's so funny that he points to people who've emotional for genuine reasons, like how they lost the debate. He was crying for 3 hours on his stream that people were pointing out that's suddenly an issue. It's like white people being given so much charitability when they haven't done anything yet to deserve it, while white trans leftists who jump at the chance to reform Kelly Cadigan and couldn't tell she was grifting for a small bit, yet gives zero charitability or good faith to black and brown people around them. Yeah. So I'm thinking for the gifted sub. Yeah. Remember him madly arguing about the possible misgendering of someone this chat right before the content feed dropped. Yeah, he was like, he like yelled at one of his employees, like straight up screamed at one of his employees, right? Because he was getting emotional because he was told by somebody that, hey, defaulting to they them pronouns is probably the most moral thing to do. You know, if you don't know, say they them pronouns because it's the most respectful. So no, I don't walk back anything that he showed in this clip. I agree with everything that I said in this clip. Everything. I agree with everything that I said yesterday's stream, and then the day before that, and the day before that. This idea that white people just don't know better. He was screaming on Olivia. That was the most uncomfortable moment on his show ever. And it wasn't for Ethan either. You were talking to our community. Ethan's not a part of it. Yeah. Like, Ethan's not like a socialist. He's not a part of the community. But like now he's like pro-clutching and be like, wow, you don't want people in your community? That's interesting. That's crazy. You don't want people in your space? Don't you, as a socialist, don't you want a wide tent that everybody, like it's literally he's doing like paradox of tolerance, you know, behavior. It's like, oh, you claim to be a leftist who's tolerant of different beliefs, but you're being intolerant right now. That's what he's doing. And honestly, I'm gonna be real. Like, chatters were hyping this up. It was kind of nothing. Like, chatters were hyping this up to like be like a whole thing. And it was kind of nothing. It was like a nothing burger. It felt like Ethan is running out of steam. Like, it felt like he had nothing to add there. That was just him being a regular piece of shit. Oh, I will say, him saying that my videos are bad, disrespectful. Disrespectful. Maybe try watching one. You would learn something. Maybe the one about like, maybe don't say the N-word. I saw him doxing a guy. He did dox a guy as well, which I didn't even get to.
Update, guys. I'm officially beefing with H3. I got on Instagram for the first time in like a year, and I saw they were at the top of my feed being Zionist douchebags, and I called them out for it. I just said some shit like, can't believe I used to look up to you guys, rotten hell or whatever. And then I get off Instagram because I'm never on there, and then my friend sends me a screenshot of my 4th of July party thing from 5 years ago. On the H3 stream, he stalked my page and sent his fans on a witch hunt to comment and berate my family and stuff on Instagram. Super cool stuff. Honestly, it changed my mind. I think Zionism is good now because you sent your fans, your millions of fans, to harass me and my family. You fucking loser. Vape Nash, y'all.
Obsessed with you guys when you only had 15K subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Joe Coop. Look this guy up. Enjoy hell. He said enjoy hell.
Yeah, no, I mean, they think I'm actually the devil.
I feel like this one's real. We caught you, Joe. Public facing account.
Joe.
I see you. You wanted to be cute? Let's see it. Nice mustache. Strong entry. Not exactly the Esteban, but halfway there.
He's not. Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I
it's a real guy.
blocked him. He's not showing up for me.
So this is Joe Coop. He left a message on Hila's Star David tattoo. He said, I'm glad that phase is behind me. Enjoy hell. Joe Coop said. Let's start David. Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all.
Oh, shit. That weenie.
He see if we can identify him at all. That's kind of crazy. That's wild.
Truck he's in front of, that's in Dearborn.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Dearborn owns the Oscar Mayer truck?
It's at the Henry Ford Museum. Yeah, they also have the...
Wait, it doesn't travel around?
Yeah, I thought it tried.
I mean, it used to in like the 60s, unless there's multiple.
Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy.
Anything next to Sean the Black collab would be crazy because he's ran out his coughs and stits would make a beat for you to sing to low key. True. That AB, yes.
No.
That's Joe.
Doesn't look anything like him.
No.
Did drama just put a moratorium on H3 Ethan content? Wait, really? Moving on from Ethan Klein at H3 Productions. Dear all, with a heavy heart, we have to announce at the subreddit we will be moving on from the topic related to Ethan Klein at H3 Productions. We believe the conversation around this topic has reached its natural conclusion in that there is no more to gain for endlessly repeating the same points. Going forward, we will not allow any new posts related to Ethan Klein and his podcast. All existing posts will be locked for new comments. We will only allow posts if there's a major new development. There will be this will be left to my discretion, the discretion of my most excellent mods. Our users who wish to here, let's see. I'll put it on screen. Our users who wish to discuss this drama could take it to a subreddit more closely related to the topic. However, we advise you to let it go. In the words of a sentient dessert, I am begging you to stop caring. By participating in a fabricated drama, no matter how right you believe you are only making one person richer. Well, to be fair, I'm also making myself richer. So, this is not real. You are being trolled by a 40-year-old who scrolls on Instagram for a living. Let it go. Go, sin no more. Go and sin no more. P.S. Type 1 in the chat if you think pineapple belongs on pizza. No, it does not. But overall, I agree with this decision. I don't know how much more there is to say about Ethan Klein. I don't know how much more there is to say about Ethan Klein. I genuinely don't. He's openly doxing people. But I just sorry about AB. I don't care. He's openly doxing people. He's openly sending his fans to harass people to the point where like it's affecting people's real world like lives. Even his section on me is just kind of like bottom of the barrel, like low effort posts, you know? It's like yeah, it's just, I mean, we didn't even get to the part where he's this guy said that he's being like doxed, and they doxed his mom, or he bombs. Well, I didn't show this. Why does he have a monkey's penis just on his thing? Okay, I'll just go to the H3 pricing subreddit.
The H3 situation. One last update on the H3 situation. His fans called in a bomb threat at the school that my mother teaches at, which in all reality was very merciful of them, considering what Zionists usually do to schools with bombs. One last update.
I think that's, yeah. Most moral death threat, yeah. It was funny he left that. Yeah, I hope he gets an audience. Right. I hope that anybody who sits squarely in the crosshairs of Ethan is able to effectively farm that for drama and clout, and then bolster their own audience, like myself, and this guy, and Mike, and Denims. Right. Like, my numbers are up. You feel me? Like it's very hard. It's very hard to feel hurt or harmed by anything that Ethan says when, like, I have 600 people watching me while Hasan is live, when I used to have 50 people or 60 people watching me when Hasan is live. Like, I 10x my numbers from this. So thanks, Ethan. I appreciate that. Did Ethan respond to this dude? Yeah, he doubled down. He said the only thing he would change is not doing it to more people, is what he said. At this point, it kind of feels like he's trying to get banned. Like, it feels rage baity, which is why I don't want to engage with it anymore. You know what I mean? Like it feels like he's trying to get banned just so he can then victimize himself even further. Like if he gets banned on YouTube, he then goes to his Instagram and cries about how he's a victim some more. If he gets banned on Instagram, he goes to his podcast and goes and cries about how he's a victim some more. Right? He's literally taking, like, he's not saying, I didn't dox this person. This isn't us. This isn't our community. He's saying, I wish I could do it to more people, actually. Like, that's crazy. That's insane. That is an insane thing for an insane person to do. Like, he's like admitted to doxing, to be like, yeah, I would dox more people if I was able to. Right? And I should, and you should also dox people. And if you're my fans, you should go harass them, essentially. That's basically what he said, by the way. That is basically what he said. My only regret is not finding more accounts to call out. I tried. This is the only person dumb enough to leave anti-Semitic hate comments from his real public account. Now, this type of racism was aimed at a different group. This scumbag would have been crawled into a home somewhere, too humiliated to show his face on social media again. But because I'm Jewish, he gets to cry about it on TikTok and be the hero and a victim. Also, he left the comment under Hila's post, not Ethan's post, but that's whatever. Here's my suggestion for the next time. Don't tell people that they're going to hell for getting a Star of David tattoo. And you shouldn't have anything to worry about. They're also lying about the bomb threat. Give like scumbags, you know, fuck around to find out. Like, quite insanity. And maybe it has encroached past a point of productivity. You know what I mean? So H3 Snark is down. YouTube drama is pulling out of the whole discourse thing. And the anti-Semitic comment in question is enjoy hell for glorifying a state committing genocide. Yeah, but like it doesn't even matter.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
But yeah.
Mini 5,100.
What do we say? You know what I mean?
Subscribed.
Where does that leave us? Even I'm tired of talking about Ethan. And I love drama content. You know what I mean? Even with Ethan talking about me specifically, I just don't care. I mean, thank you for the 15 months. Silent, thank you for the gifted sub as well. So, maybe he'll come out tomorrow or today. Wait, what is today? Is today Friday? Today's Saturday. Anyway, he's not live today. Maybe he'll come out on Monday and he'll like have more content for us. But like until then, what do we even say? You feel me? There's great irony in iDubbbz's former editor attacking me through Hila, blaming Hila for corrupting me. It's exactly the same sustained malicious harassment that Anissa received for years. I wonder if you had a problem with that. Such disgusting misogyny. Remove the agency from me and putting it on Hila. Any chance he actually gets banned? 0. It's not the same. It's not the same, but like, you know, does it even matter? What's the context for this one? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. iDubbbz and Anissa, people always complain about Anissa like corrupting iDubbbz and, you know, making him less funny because iDubbbz became less racist as the years went by. And that was based in misogyny. Ethan's correct about that. And he's saying that people saying that he's being more pro-Israel because his wife is very pro-Israel is the same thing as that. And it's misogyny to put that on his wife. Right? So sure, no, Ethan is just a rabid genocide defender just because he is. And not because he's satiating his wife. Okay. I don't know how that makes him look better, but if it makes him feel better for us to say that, then I'll say that. So yeah. I don't have anything else to say about that. We got through the entire Ethan Klein section. Talking about me specifically. I skipped through the Hasan stuff. I stand by my takes that I made for the last few days. I appreciate those people who've heard me out, who started out being contentious, but it just took a second to at least evaluate what I'm saying. I appreciate that. Just giving me an opportunity to speak. I'll close something I wanted to keep open. I should have saved it. Responding to that tweet suggesting that they avoid drawing his attention yesterday because he's crazy. Now Ethan's made a story about the tweet. I mean, yeah. You're right for it. Thank you. Made many great points. I try. Change my mind on it. And that's what I do, what I do. What I say, what I say. That's how I do what I do. If you look a year ago, he was more coherent than he is now. I think people around Ethan are saying, he's having mental health issues doesn't absolve his support for genocide and clearly racist default position. Yeah. You're generally a good communicator. That goes a long way. Plenty of smart people who can't get the points across the way you do. I mean, that no glaze. That's all glaze chatter. In a different age, you would have been in a pulpit instead of a live stream. I believe that as well. I considered it when I was a youngin'. Because I wanted to share my ideas, and I just happened to fall into an audience. That's where I am now. Got something great and a good speaker. Most glaze possibly intended. Thank you. So yeah. Any final thoughts, chat? Anything else? Also, wait, let me hit a refresh. All right, he's at 225. True. I mean, yeah. You see Marvin Sapp's tiny desk? Before you go, I need to know. I have not seen Marvin Sapp's tiny desk. I feel like I should have though. I want to go get some freaking food though. She's a freaking Louise. And I'm going to rate Hasan because I feel bad about him being called a racist using my identity. This is reverse reparations. Not feeling bad. I DM'd him to apologize to him because I did feel bad that like my words were taken and like co-opted to like call Hasan racist because that was not my intention. But he said he didn't care, which that's the most Hasan thing. You know what I mean? He's trying to drive a wedge between you, and he's done it with Hasan and others. I don't even think that he thought that far about it. You know what I mean? But yeah, thank you for watching. Shout out YouTube chat. I did not look at you a single time, but you know, you're just there for no ads anyway. Let's be entirely real. You're there to not see any ads. But I do appreciate y'all watching. YouTube chat is the only chat that stays consistent. Twitch chat will still leave. It'll still fluctuate. It'll be 1K down to like 500, down to 700, or up to 700, down to 600. YouTube chat will hit 100 when I'm talking about like actual content, and will stay there until the end of the stream, right? So shout out YouTube chat. Y'all are great. I'll catch y'all later.